Are we live? Let's hope things are slightly smoother than the last time we streamed. It's looking good so far. Let me pull up a few things here, send out... Ooh! Yeah, that's looking smooth. Whew. Okay, let me just quickly send out a little... Where's the button? I need to tell the world, that's what I'm getting at. I'm gonna tell the world that this is happening. See if that worked. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right. Okay, so hello. Apologies right off the bat, because as I sat down to get going, I realized that I picked the time of day where there's just sunbeams all over because I have terrible blinds. So I'm just gonna sit back and we'll try not to notice it. We are up to Unova, and we do have chat now, so that's fun. You can actually see chat if you want to chat. And yeah, I think I'm gonna dive on in. Ooh, let's get live. Yes. Okay, so we last left our heroes at the end of Sinnoh. Sinnoh is the end of the generations that were formative to my childhood. So going past this point, I do still have some very strong opinions about some of these Pokemon, but I also have like even fewer opinions about some of these Pokemon, and there's a few that I'm not even gonna maybe remember the names of. Yeah, but you know, I have played all of the games, and I play Pokemon Go pretty regularly. Actually, I need to get my dailies today. So I'm familiar with all the Pokemon, but again, not all of them were as important to me. So we're gonna start off a little maybe controversial here. I don't like Snivy much, and I think this is more of a anime issue. I did see some episodes of the anime, and Snivy was just such a dick sometimes. Like, it was a very stuck-up Pokemon, as I seem to recall. If you watched my part 1 of this, you might remember I have a problem with snooty Pokemon. Also snooty villagers from Animal Crossing, if that ever comes up. But it is cute, and I don't hate it. So Snivy's just going to start us off in C tier. Now, I actually like it better as it goes. I think Superior and Servine are actually quite beautiful. They're lovely. So they go a little higher. They were not my starters, regardless. Tepig is fine. Tepig is quite cute. Didn't love how it evolved. Emboar did at least have a good shiny, but I don't know. I have a problem, as I know a lot of people do, with the bipedalization of starter Pokemon, where it feels like, I guess we always had some looking down at like Feraligatr and Sceptile. They did always have this tendency, but they were also just, I don't know. It was getting too much maybe at this point. It was, the more humanoid it is, the worse I find it. Actually, real quick, I think I'm going to... I'm just going to adjust this so you don't see the stupid notice that I couldn't figure out how to get rid of. Oh, I don't know, we'll just center that. Okay. Cool. Oshawott was my starter. I like Oshawott a lot, but it's tricky. We're into 5th gen, and we've got some fierce competition up in S and A at this point right now. So Oshawott's really tough. it's like, you know what, it's going to at least go low A, at least for now. Duat I really like as well. I thought Duat was really cool. Duat was a very war turtle kind of second stage or stage one starter. So I did like it quite a bit, but I don't think I got enough time with it to really attach myself. Samurot's an interesting one because I was actually kind of disappointed in Samurott. I didn't love this design. Going from this to that always felt kind of disjointed to me. But once I saw more of its animations and I saw it like it's a quadruped, but it still like swings a sword with one arm and it pulls it out of the shells on its like sleeves. And it did get a Hisuian version, which was pretty cool, which I guess we might come across later. So I think Samurot's actually going to be like a lower B, but it's not C. And when I first played through White, it would have been. I don't even think about Pat Rat. Watch Dog's kind of funny because it reminds me very much of like a Looney Tunes creature or something. But yeah, I don't care a lot. Lillipup is a cutie pie. But it's a pretty plain cutie pie. It's pretty kind of boring, I guess. I do have a lot of shinies and even Max IV shinies in Pokemon Go of Lillipup, but you know. Yeah, I guess this whole line can go up here. They're dogs. Like, they're just one-to-one dogs. Okay. Purloin. Is that the right one? I'm not getting it mixed up with Glameow. So, as long as this cat is sitting, this cat can stay. I'm double checking that I have the right name because that'll bother me. Excuse me, that's a word? Oh my gosh! Did y'all know? Did everybody know that purloin was like a pun because it's a sneaky cat? Purloin is literally a definition, like a word defined as to steal something. And it's a dark type Pokemon that's all sneaky. That's so funny. I learned something today. Anyways, this is Purloin. We're good. We're good on that. And it is sitting down, so it has my favor. Purloin did just stand up one day. I don't know when. If anybody does know when, feel free to comment and tell me why this happened. But I much prefer it as a cat. And cats tend to sit on 4 legs instead of stand on 2. So Purloin is good in my books as long as it's sitting. If it were standing up, I might even drop it down to D because it made me mad that it stood up. Leopard never stood up, never had a problem there. And it is a beautiful and graceful cat. And it could go on either side, really. I don't know. They're all good. They're all good. And Pokemon Snap did some really good work with Leopard just sleeping around the jungle and stuff. That was good times. Okay, so onto the Simmies. And I don't know. I've never been a big fan of monkeys in general. And so any kind of monkey-themed Pokemon, I didn't love these evolutions either, so I think I might put the basics in low B. Like, they are pretty darn cute, I will say. They are cute, at least. And a friend of mine, if you don't follow, I do the felting, you can check it out. But they needle felted a really cute Pansage a while ago, which is just one of those things that helps me to like it better, because now I have that connection there. But yeah, you evolutions, you can go into C tier. I don't think I care about any of you enough to dislike you. Muna and Musherna. Muna is gonna go, I don't know, like lower B, but it is one of the crochet cards in Pokemon TCG, so naturally it gets a little bit of bias from me there. It was one of the first Pokemon I ever crocheted, and you know what? I'm actually going to bump it because of all the reasons I just said. I'm convincing myself it deserves a little bit higher. Musharna, I don't have that connection to, and I don't know, I've heard people make like comparisons to a fetus with an umbilical cord, which just kind of gives a really weird image. I'm sorry if you didn't have that connection and I gave it to you. You know what, I'm gonna put it in D somewhere. I don't need that in my Pokemon games. Pidove is super bland. What? First moment of confusion. What is this form? There were forms? Does Unpheasant? Oh, it has a male and female. That's what it is. It's Unpheasant's male and female forms. And this is another one that, I don't know, it's kind of weird. A little bit icky the way its head gets that much grandeur. I don't like it much. Zebstrika is pretty cool. But how cool is it? It's like B. It's B cool. Roggenrola is another very tricky one. This is one that I didn't actually, come to think of it. I used this on my team when I played White. I remember having a Bulldor, but I don't remember ever getting to Gigalith. I don't know if maybe it was a trade evolution, I think, and I just never did that. I like Bulldor. There's something about its design that I just like. It reminds me of, I don't know, like Banjo-Kazooie or something, like the hermit crab from Treasure Trove Cove. Like, I don't know, there's just good vibes when I look at this little guy. I don't have that for Gigalith. Like, the best that Gigalith has going for it is that it's got a really good shiny. And Roggenrola itself, I never particularly cared for, but those of you who are, follow along at all might know that it is actually the very first community day that Captain Steel and I ever went out with our full-size Pokestop, which was a pretty monumentous day in our careers. So it's definitely owed something for that, but I think it's owed, like, with Bulldor, like, high B. Woobat and Swoobat I love so much that now I'm just gonna have to pick which one I love more. And I think how this is gonna play out is that Woobat is actually just gonna go in S tier, and Swoobat will hang out in A. They're so good. It's just a little puffball. Like, it's a bat. And bats, like, when I say any monkey Pokemon is likely to be lower on my list, any bat Pokemon is likely to be higher on my list. I love bats and cats, and it's also just like a pom-pom. Like, I made the earrings from Pokemon Go. They're somewhere. But I literally made a pom-pom and glued a felt face on it, and they're so cute. Its nose is a heart. It doesn't even have eyes. Like, I can't express how much I like Woobat. Drillbur and Excadrill are another one that I like kind of by proxy. I remember my sister having an Excadrill on her team in VGC once. It was named Winry. And I just think about that. That's all I think about when I see these two. And they're pretty cute. So I guess that gets them, like, yeah, kind of mid B range. In this case, the coolness of the Excadrill is actually going to put it above the cuteness of Drillbur. I believe I was ignoring Megas. Yeah, that's the ruling. Audino is fine. I'm a little miffed that it took Chansey's life. Like, I feel like there was some identity theft going on when Audina was like, I'm the Pokemon Center nurse now. But I do like it. But it's no Chansey. You're not Chansey, and I hope you know that. Oh, you can't go up there. Top of C. And then this is where, like, I know so many people like Timber. We just had a Timber community day not long ago, and there were definitely people who were excited for it because that's what it turns out that this is one of my dad's favorite Pokemon. Now, he specifically said he likes Timber, and in honor of that, I'm going to put Timber in B. Timber's fine. Timber can stay. The next two go straight to D. These Pokemon are offensive to my eyes. They just make me uncomfortable. They give me ick. I don't like these two, and they were so unnecessary to design them like this. If there's construction going on, you call a Machamp. In fact, I almost want to push Machamp up to C just in comparison to Conkeldurr. Like, yeah. Temple is pretty cute, and I want to say it's something musical, isn't it? It looks like it's like an amp or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm mixing it up with a different Pokemon, but Temple's fine. Water type is good. Palpitoad, pretty weird. Seismitoad is also icky. It gives me the feeling of, like, this is cute. This is like he's got headphones on. This is a little weird, but it's like he's got buttons or drums or something. This is one of those pustules about to pop on me. I don't know why that's where my brain goes, but that's all I think, and I don't like it. These two are just guys. Sock and... oh no. Flop. Why don't I remember? Well, that one's Sock. I know that one. And Throw. Doy. Okay. Sock and Throw are just guys who know karate. But they do get some points for being Bert and Ernie. So they'll go to, like, the top of C. Seawaddle's not bad. Swadloon's pretty cute. Because who doesn't want to be swaddled up? I like a good swaddling. Leavanny, I kind of tend to forget about. I tend to mix it up with Fomantis. It's just a bunch of leaves, but it's fine. Venipede, Whirlipede, Scolipede, they also remind me of something that I can't even call to mind right now. But I think they're all, like, fine type Pokemon. They get a little bit cooler as they go. Cottony gets some credit for being a Crochet Pokemon, TCG Crochet, but not enough credit because I haven't done it yet. Whimsicott, on the other hand, is a frickin' cutie who belongs somewhere, like, I guess here. Yeah, I like this Pokemon. Really flippin' cute, good accessories. I think I've seen some good Pokemon Center stuff about it. So, yeah. Petalil and Lilligant kind of give me those Bellossom vibes. And as you remember, I like Bellossom. But I still don't think I have enough attachment to it to put them anywhere other than high B. Yeah, you go behind Whimsicott. Basculin is fine. I don't really care. Sandile, I really liked. Sandile's gonna go maybe even low A. Sandile is a highlight of Unova for me. Krokorok is pretty classic stage 1. It's pretty meh. But it can be somewhere in B. Crocodile is pretty cool. He's big and scary and dark, but probably somewhere... Yeah, like somewhere just high B is all I can do for him. Darumaka is yet another one that I feel like people like a lot more than I do, and that they've made some good cases for why maybe I should like it. And it is, he's a cute little guy. Like, this is one that I can't justify because you point out what a cute little ball he is. He's happy, he bounces, he dances like Ludicolo. And I still just don't love him like I could. I actually feel pretty indifferent to like the forms. I feel like I should like this because it's an ice boy, and again, it's like, it's fine. So I think I'm going to put them both at the top of B. I think that's fair. Oh, right, and we can put like megas and forms and stuff. Just out of the way. I think they go at the bottom of C and then they get deleted, sure. Darmanzin? Is that what this guy's called? Darmazan? Yeah, you can't make the cute argument for this one. And I kind of lost track of what these forms are, to be honest. The fact that this one is a snowman, I remember being excited about once upon a time. So you can stay with the Darumaka. But the rest of you are borderline D. But I'll let you live in C. Maractus I have no opinion on. I often forget it exists. Dwebble and Crustle. Cute. Good defense. It's in Unite. That's fun. But that's about it. Scraggy and Scrafty. I feel like this is one that it inflated my opinion of them a little bit because they were rare in Pokemon Go for a while, and I was so excited when I got one. But then I proceeded to never use it. So I think they're also fine in B. Sigilyph had some cool photos in Snap, but not enough for me to care much. Yamask is a sad little boy, one of those ghost types that is just, you know, it's sad. And it's got a whole story. But I don't care a lot. I do like it. I mean, it's kind of moot to mess around too much with the ranking within B. I think Yamask would actually go more like mid-B. It was the inspiration for Squirtle's Halloween costume hat, which is a really cool hat, which I made. So yeah, anything that I've had that connection to always, again, will get a little bit of a boost. But Cophagrigus is pretty cool, though. And I'm actually going to put that up in mid-B. I don't know, he's just spooky and funky and a cool design. I like the idea of it. And yeah, it'll go up in a higher B. I don't care much about any of these fossils. Turtles are cute. Actually, Caracosta I'm going to move down to C. This bird was just sloppy. I don't know. But then we get to Trubbish. And my trash boy is an S tier Pokemon. And if you can fight me if you want, because this trash boy it's very much like Woobat, Swoobat, or you know, Stunky Skuntank. Like, I don't know which one I love better. I think I was on board with people when 5th Gen first came out and they were like, one of them is literal trash. And I was like, yeah, that's ridiculous. It's just a garbage bag. And then I didn't think about it a lot for several years. And then in Sword and Shield, I was playing Shield, and I was customizing my outfit because that's important to do that. If they give you that choice, you gotta do it. And there was like I think it was kind of like a Letterman jacket or maybe a bomber jacket, and it had a Garbodor on it. And it was my absolute favorite article of clothing. I just absolutely loved it. And Garbodor became a favorite of mine. And I started thinking more about how it's actually really hysterical that they are trash. And the way that they show the trash, like his arms being wavy garbage, is so funny. Garbodor has pom-poms. It's like his hair is in pigtail pom-poms of garbage. Like, it's just he's got a nozzle, and the garbage itself is like sludge, but with confetti like sprinkles in it. They're just so good. I love these Pokemon. And they're a poison type because they're toxic sludge. And yeah, poison is one of my top tier types. Yeah, so that's how I feel about those. Zorua and Zoroark are really cool Pokemon, but I feel like they're just hyped up to be cool. I don't have any actual special meaning to them for me, so they just get to be really cool, but not mine. Minccino and was it Cinccino? Pretty cute, like definite fluff points here. You get so many fluff points. But again, pretty bland. Don't have a lot of feelings towards them, never use them on a team. They do have some good trading card art, but that's about it. I like my Goths. Again, they're also kind of just people, but Goths. They're like almost like a parallel to the Ralts line in my mind. Really easily excellent throw on Gothita in Pokemon Go because it stands like right up in the camera. But yeah, I think you get kind of a smattering of B tier for being cool. Like, yeah, I like these ones. But I haven't used it on a team. I don't know what kind of movesets it gets or anything like that. I completely forgot that there was a middle stage Pokemon here. Oh my gosh. What is it, like Duosion or something? Yeah. I guess it's a nucleus, I assume, which is fun inspiration. I think this just gets like low C automatically for me not remembering it exists. Ranunculus is pretty cool. Again, never used it, not super bonded, but I do like its design. I think it's cute. The hands are grabby. That's my favorite of the line. Ducklet and Swanna, I'm also pretty meh towards. I mean, it's a water type, it's blue, it's pretty, it's in Pokemon Snap, but what is that really good for? And Swanna, I feel like, has just even less personality than Ducklet. Now these ones, once again, I'm having to distinguish the members of a line because I did use this on my team in white as well, and I'm ashamed to say that the names are eluding me again. I want to say Frostlash, but that's a different Pokemon. I'm gonna pull up a Pokedex so that I stop having to stop to check. It's Vanillish, Vanillux. I knew that. And I didn't even have to load the game, but it came back to me. Vanillite is a precious little baby. It's just so cute. It's like a little baby single scoop. Yeah, Solosis, Duosion, and Ranunculus. So I did know those names too, technically. it's crazy cute, and it looks like something. It looks like an ice sprite, or like it's got very anime-y vibes. And so I feel like its personality must be super precious. This is an ice cream cone. And that's funny. Like, once you know that it becomes ice cream, you can look back and be like, oh yeah, that could be a single scoop. But like, it's deniable. It's alluded to. This is just straight up ice cream, and that is hilarious. And then it just becomes a 2 scoop, which I was underwhelmed by. They really peaked here at Vanillish. So I think I'm gonna leave this at like bottom of B, because again, I don't think about it as much. They already peaked here, but these two, I think they belong at the bottom of A. And then the Deerlings. This is I think a really cool design. I really like the seasons of the Deerling. I think they're well done. I think they convey their season reasonably well for a deer whose design can't change. I think the fact that it evolves, it gets really cool. Like, I really like kind of the diversity of what they did with Sawsbuck. But not enough for any of them to get above B tier. They're gimmicky, they're novel, they're cool, but there's not a lot of substance for me in that. But a really nifty idea for a Pokemon. I definitely appreciate it. Emolga's cute. I love that we got a flying squirrel, but it's also a Pikachu clone. Flying Pika clone. I think it's just a high B. But Emolga's one of my favorite Pika clones, I think. I don't care about Carablast. Does not matter to me. Fungus and Amoonguss. There's an Amoonguss. They're cool. Nifty. But meh. I don't know. Why are they Pokeballs? Who knows? Frillish is cool, though. Frillish I like a lot. It's a water ghost, and it's so creepy. It's so ominous. If you see it in Pokemon Snap, it just stares at you with dead eyes from across the sea. I don't think I could pick a favorite between them necessarily. They're pretty much the same to me. I guess I like blue a little bit better as a color. And I just have to decide, I think those are going to be A Pokemon. I really like Frillish. Jellicent, I also don't think about. For as much as I love Frillish, I just don't think about how it evolves. That just never crosses my mind. They're goofy. I'm sure there's something else that they remind me of, too. Something where, the heads are just giant. I think in The Simpsons, things got their heads gianted or something, but anything I don't remember goes to C tier. Alola, too. I don't know. Somehow a waste of a Pokemon. It should be connected to Love Disc, or it should have more going on. Okay. We've got some good stuff coming up here. Joltik. Amazing little Pokemon. I made this one a couple times. He's a tiny baby. He is tied for the smallest Pokemon right now. It was in this generation, in this moment, that Diglett was dethroned as the smallest Pokemon. And Galvantula is also friggin' cool. This is very much like a Spinarak vibe. I don't like real life spiders, but I sure do like cartoon spiders, apparently. Yeah, I like them both a lot. And I have to decide what to do. I think they're both just tippy top B. I don't think I like them quite enough for A. I'm gonna scroll my list. It's Stark, man. Stark competition. This is where it gets hard. Because I like Galvantula a lot. And there's no electric types up here except for Luxio. I guess that's something. Ferroseed Ferrothorn I also like quite a lot. Really good shiny and really good defense. I am a sucker for a good wall, so that goes pretty high up in B. Kling Clang and Kling Clang, I don't care for. They're fine. I don't dislike them. I just don't care a lot. They are gears, but they're goofy ass gears, and they evolve in weird ways. I don't know. New Dimension? What is that nonsense? Dynamo's cute. I think it's also one of the smaller Pokemon. It might be the size of Diglett. Excuse me. Electros, whatever. No strong feelings about these ones either. They go somewhere in B. Maybe even C. Elgium and Beheim. Again, just nothing. Not a lot of Pokemon left a super strong impression on me, I guess. Like I was saying, as I got further in generations, and it was like the ones that you used on your team. And that was about it. If you didn't watch all the anime and see all these different personalities, they just don't stick the same way. And there were so many games I played early on, like when I was younger, and we had the Pokemon stadiums and we had Pokemon Channel, and like there was just so many spin-offs that I used to play. And then when it was just the mainline game, you don't end up as attached. That being said, these next few, whew, okay. I have to rank these ones as well. Litwick goes to A. Lampent, unfortunately, you're the awkward middle child. Chandelure goes to S. Chandelure is such a good Pokemon. When I was playing through White, I thought Litwick was the cutest darn thing with its little emo side swoop wax. Litwick was the first Pokemon I ever crocheted life-size, and I remember being disappointed that it stopped being a candle, because I thought that was so cool, because candles are so cool, and then it turned into a lamp, and then it turned into a chandelier, which I always really liked chandeliers as a kid, too. It wasn't cute anymore, but it has grown on me. Now, this is one of my partner's very favorite Pokemon. So having that constantly in my ear helps me come around on it. But on my own as well, I mean, it's a really cool Pokemon, I think. It's Spooky Flame. Purple Fire's cool. It's got a good shiny. It is broken as heck. When I played it in Unite, oh my gosh, you can just obliterate people with a Chandelure. Total glass cannon, but like crazy strong attack power, which I liked. I felt good. I carried my team as a Chandelure, and that made me very fond of this Pokemon. And then I put one on my team in Teal Mask. Same thing. My god, it is just wiping people with Heat Wave. So I think it's a cool design. I think it's got an amazingly cute baby basic, and in this case, like, stats are going to play a role here. It's just super cool. Plus, one time we made, I didn't do a lot. My partner, he made a jack-o'-lantern that was a Chandelure. It was over the top and a little bit ridiculous, but just so fun. So fun. Maybe I'll share pictures of it someday. And then we have the Axew line. This is one of my personal favorite pseudo dragon evolutions. This is pretty good. And I like all three of them. I like all three, all the way down. And I don't know where to put them. I think they can go in A, at least for the time being. We're going to do the same thing as last stream, where like every generation we will purge the list of our B's and C's. Because obviously these are mid Pokemon to me and they don't matter a lot in the grand scheme of things, but I'm going to keep the S's and the A's, but I might purge the A's down a little bit. Sometimes with enough time and distance, I am able to accept that a Pokemon needs to be demoted, even if I love it. And so that's probably what's going to happen to some of these. But for the duration of this gen, I want to show them the respect they deserve. Cubchoo. Precious baby needs a Kleenex. I think, well, I can't say I like it more than Galvantula, so I guess it just goes tippy top B. Cute little baby who is just cold. Needs a hug. Mean looking mom who is not nurturing enough to the cute little baby. This is like, where's Ursaring? Ursaring's in here, isn't it? Oh, I didn't dislike Ursaring? Okay, never mind. But it's like Ursaring, and I guess if I didn't dislike Ursaring, I could put this. But nonetheless, I don't like that transition from the cutest, precious baby that I've already lost down to this angry monster. Protective, whatever. Go hug your child. This is, I mean, it's a snowflake. I like snow. You get to join Carablast. Stunfisk was kind of boring and lame. I guess, I don't know. It's like a dab. It's a fish that I've caught in Animal Crossing, so it's got that going for it, but that's about it. And then they gave it a Galarian form, which I thought made it better. It's like a bear trap now, which is kind of wild for a fish. But the steel typing was good, so sure. Mienfoo, I don't think about much. I guess he's cute. Kind of got like a Winnie the Pooh vibes, like a Tigger or something. Druddigon disappoints me. It's a little bit like a Lolamola, except it's a dragon, so it should be cool. But it just feels like pointless somehow. I don't know how to explain what exactly I mean by that, but it feels pointless to me. Golett and Golurk, I think, are neat. Like, neat enough that I would put them again higher in B, but I've never used one. I don't know much about them. Poniard and Bisharp. So these are, this is another one that has a punny name that went straight over my head until King's Gambit happened. And for that reason, I like King's Gambit, and I think it's got a fun evolution method, and there's funny stuff happening there. He just sits down to play a game. They're cool. Poniard, I think is a little bit cheeky for a little guy. Bisharp is pretty cool. Not notably so. Bouffant I kind of dislike. I don't know. There's something about the afro. Like, it's Tauros trying to be stylish, maybe? There's just something about it that I was like, I don't need another Tauros. I already didn't care for Tauros. Rufflet's cute. Braviary's kind of cool. Kind of too American, maybe. I don't know. It's not like actually an American game, mind you, but very bald eagle. You go in C tier. Vullaby I like, because he's a pouty little baby who is stuck in his shell. Sure, there's good. I do like Vullaby. I like dark types. Like I said, he's got like a little heart or something. He's very cute, Grumpy, which I like. Then Mandibuzz is just a vulture, so I don't like it as much. Heatmore and Durant need to stop fighting and eating each other. How do I feel about these ones? Xylos and Hydreigon and Brain. Fine. It's got ein in it, right? Right? Why must you betray me, brain? Dino. Dadoy. Okay. I actually like Hydreigon a lot. This is another one that is a really good dragon line. Love me some dark types. He's a really good dark type attacker in Pokemon Go. I do use him pretty often, but I don't think I like it as much as Haxorus. I don't know. This is tricky. I do use it more. Maybe I'll go up to A tier. The other two I don't think will be Dark Kermit Dragon. Obviously they're going to be pretty high B, but I don't think they've made it. Larvesta and Volcarona. So, Larvesta I don't think I care about a whole lot. You can go in B, that's fine. Volcarona I actually like quite a bit. And the main reason is because of a trading card. So there was a Pokemon TCG trading card that had like a Poke Power for Volcarona that when you inflict burn on the enemy Pokemon, the opponent's Pokemon takes 4 damage counters between turns for burn instead of 2. That's it. That's the whole reason, and I just loved that so much. I can't even tell you why. I just thought that was cool. I really like status effects when it comes to trading card games and stuff like that. So the idea of building a whole deck out around burns was really cool to me. Make sure there was always a Volcarona in play. Make sure the opponent was always burned. Like, it just seemed so fun. Now, I never did build that deck. But it always kept Volcarona a special place in my heart. Now, again, really tight competition in A, so does that justify it being in A? I guess for now. For now it can. And you know what? Just for now, so we'll go Angela. Just so we know it's appreciated. I didn't care about this trio. Did not care. And you know what? I disliked this trio. These genie men were icky and not what I sign up for. Now, when you turn them into a kitty, that's okay. I don't like turning it into a bird either. And this one was also pretty weird. So basically there's exactly one of the 6 of these forms that can stay, and it's the kitty. Reshiram and Zekrom were some of the least interesting box legendaries to me. I played through White, but wanted a Reshiram. My sister played through Black, but wanted Zekrom, so we did swap at the end. I like Reshiram better, but I really don't care a lot about either. And dare I put Reshiram in B, and Zekrom, like, I think about even less. At least Reshiram I have used in Pokemon Go. Zekrom I have never done a single battle with. Ever. And then we have the Kyurem forms. So I didn't play Black and White 2. I am familiar with Kyurem. Barely. Like, I know of it. I've caught them. But I've never really used one. It seems fine. It seems kind of cool. I don't really know what happens here. So I think I'm just going to, like, wipe that along with Megas and say this is a form I was kind of unfamiliar with. Same goes for Keldeo. Again, I know of it. I don't have strong opinions. I actually don't know what these 2 different forms are, so I'm going to wipe one of them. And the other Keldeo is just fine to me. I don't know enough. And then Meloetta, I think, is cool. I think it's a really beautiful Pokemon. I think it deserves B tiering. Its other form is less iconic. And then the final one is Genesect, who is probably my favorite legendary from the gen. You can go to like mid, like high B. You know, again, the different drives, the different typing. It's all fun. But yeah, not something that I'm super attached to. And that will do it for Unova. So we clear out B and C. I don't dislike Croconaw anymore. I'm gonna save Croconaw from this fate. And then maybe we need to just adjust here a little bit. So, man, there's some good Pokemon going on. There's some good stuff. I was supposed to make up my mind between these two, and I forgot to. Well, we're only going to keep one Frillish, that's for sure. And honestly, as much as I like some of these Pokemon, I just don't think they quite hold up to some of the other ones. So I do quite like these two, and I do like Sandile. But yeah, that'll probably do it for now. We got a lot of Pokemon going on. We got 3 rows here for each of these. And I think I'm going to clear down to like 3 rows in D. I don't hate some of these enough to keep this row so big. Do. You know what? I don't know if I can get down to 3 rows. I can't do it. Oh, right. That's supposed to be gone anyways. What do you dislike least? What a fun game. One more. Okay. And with that, we can get started on Kalos. I'm just going to quickly run to the bathroom first. Bathroom break between generations. Hang tight. Okay, let's get ready for some Kalos. This one's gonna have some tough decisions in it. I know it will. Chespin was my starter. I like Chespin a lot. I think for now, it's fair enough. We will just say that anything that was my starter gets temporary A status. It may not make it through at the end of the gen, clear, but it belongs there for now. I really like Quilladin almost more than Chespin. I don't know why. There's something about the shape of it that is just so cute, so funny, that I almost want to put it in A with Chespin. I like Quilladin a lot. Chestnut let me down a little bit. I don't know, there's something about a lot of these Pokemon. I think when you... I think when you look at some of the other starter lines, they're more cohesive in a sense. Whereas I feel like the line between these two, and then maybe it's the color palette, maybe it's the fact that it switched away from the brown to white or something, but it just didn't vibe enough for me to keep this line going. That being said, it is my starter. I like it fine, but not as much. Fennekin is cute. Braxian's pretty cool. I liked the idea of... This was the generation, at least people theorized, or it certainly looks like, was kind of based on RPG roles. So a paladin, a mage, and a, what's the word I want? Assassin, probably. And, I think they did that well. I think it was cool. I like the idea of a wand in the tail. So Braxian might be my favorite. This one went a little too far into the personhood. A little bit humanoid, maybe. But, it was a neat idea, and I liked having psychic typing on a starter. Froakie I've never liked. This is where I get a little controversial again. I'm not a big fan of the starters of this gen, and it is uncommon for me not to like starters. This is the only other water starter I disliked. But I just never really liked it. And even Greninja, maybe I can put it in B. Honestly, I feel like these both belong in C. I didn't like them that much. I don't know, the tongue wrapping around as a scarf, I'm torn on, because it's right there in line with, as much as I love something like Lickitung, that one felt weird to me. And I think the problem is not that I think it's gross that his tongue is wrapped around him, because that's too much Pokemon tongue or something. I think it's actually really funny, but it grosses me out from the perspective of having your tongue wrapped around you, having your tongue exposed to the world. Sorry, I'm just... There we go, okay. Making sure. It looks like something popped up funny. It's gross. It's your tongue's gonna get dirty. Do you not care that you're eating whatever comes in contact with that scarf? Just passively, not even an attack, but it's just wrapped around you. So if there's, dust and debris flies at you, then you're eating it. So I think that's where my problem came from. And then everybody liked Greninja so much, and it made it into Smash, and I just didn't get it, and it made me dislike it more out of pettiness. I'm also not sure what this form is. Somebody knows, because I don't remember Greninja getting a form. Didn't have a Mega or anything, did it? Alright, well, moving on. Bunnelby, solid cutie. Diggersby, not a cutie, but I guess digging with your ears is cool. This was one of my preferred bird lines, actually. I used Fletchinder. I did use it, whether I remember it or not. Talonflame. I did use a Talonflame in my party all through X. I named it Pipsy. And then later on I found out that it was super meta relevant. So you go way up there. They're fine. This bird looks kind of cool. This bird's a little bit boring, you know. But Flying Fire was fun. Scatterbug, possibly my favorite bug. Spupa doesn't matter. But Vivian is so good. Like, maybe A. So I always really liked Butterfree. That was an early love for me as a child of the Kanto Indigo League anime and stuff like that. But Vivian, with its forms, like, I actually did a fair bit of wonder trading, trying to collect a bunch of forms. I did not get all of them because I'm not that dedicated, but I thought it was really cool. And they were all really beautiful. The actual, pixel art of it, they were beautiful. And then they found ways to incorporate all of them to Pokemon Snap, which was really cool. They're working them into Pokemon Go, which, again, if I were more dedicated, I could have collected them all, but I didn't. But I just think it was a really, really fun, like, regional variation within one region, like a real world regions. It's just cool and pretty. Litleo, or Shishiko, as it is in Japanese, is the very first Pokemon whose name I actually learned in Japanese, and I learned it when my sister first started teaching me a little bit of katakana. I have no idea why we started with Shishiko, but we did. A precious little baby lion. It's just too cute. It's a lion cub. Too cute. Surprisingly, Pyroar, I don't feel that strongly about. Like, they are lions. They are literal lions. But for some reason, I just don't care as much as I love Litleo. This whole line I liked a lot too. Flabebe is, with Joltik, it is now one list Pokemon. Now, my main question with Flabebe is how it's measured, because it's 10 centimeters is in the Pokedex, and I don't know if that is literally the Flabebe or if that counts its flower. I get the impression that this whole, like, the flower and everything is part of the Pokemon, right? Which means that this part of the Pokemon, the part of the Pokemon that is the Pokemon, if you will, is definitely the smallest. If this whole unit is 10 centimeters, then the part that's holding the flower, assuming it's not literally part of its body, which it might be, would definitely be the smallest Pokemon. And it's such a little flippin' cutie. And then it evolves into Floette, and it's still a flippin' cutie. And then it evolves into Florges, who was my first fairy type, really. This was the first fairy that I had on my team, and I loved it. I love fairy types. They're so good. I mean, mostly because they were introduced into the game as like a universal counter. They're barely weak to anything. They're weak to very obscure types, and they are strong against very broken types. They're so good. I love fairies, and I love Florges. Skiddo's awfully cute. I will say. Skiddo goes up in the cute meter. Maybe not quite that high. Go-Goat is fine. Pancham is a cutie. It is. But it's got thug energy that actually doesn't work for me. I don't know. Although I will say that in, again, Pokemon Snap, when it's training in the forest, that's pretty precious. Panago is just so much like all the other bears. Like, they just don't know how to make a nice bear that can evolve into something that's not the exact same thing reskinned. Ursaring and Beartic, and they're all the game. They just get big and bear-shaped and angry. And that's about it. And I am not here for it. Furfur's really funny. It's such a poodle. It's literally a poodle, and it's such a poodle. And all of its different haircuts are hilarious. Esper and Meowstick. I don't know. What? Oh my god. There's so many good Pokemon in Kalos. I did play through, like, I enjoyed X more than White. So there is some of that going on. Esper and Meowstick. Esper's definitely A tier. Like, maybe even... No, probably... Yeah, it's A tier. Meowstick, I guess, will just be tippy top B. I do like male better than female. Just design-wise and, I don't know, support-wise. Like, I like this one. So creepy. And I got the cutest tin. I was lucky enough to go to Japan for a vacation one year, and we hit multiple Pokemon centers, and I found this tin of cookies, and they were like Esper-shaped cookies, which is already too cute. And the tin itself was like a scene of Esper ran away from its Meowstick parents and was just getting up to mischief while they looked for it around the city. Too cute! So deranged. God, I love it. Okay. Aegislash, Doublade, and Honedge. Kind of cool, I guess. I always have liked this Pokemon, had respect for this Pokemon, never used one in my party, but I think it's neat, particularly once you've got Aegislash. These I'm more met on. And I think it's not cool enough to go past B. These forms are the same to me. Like, it changes in battle. I'm not entirely sure why there even need to be different forms here. Maybe that's kind of what happened to Greninja as well. And these ones, like, they're still cool. I have nothing against them, but just insignificant enough to me. Aromatisse, on the other hand. So, Spritzee, again, it's fine. It's a fairy. Gets you that badge in Pokemon Go. Same thing with Slurpuff. But Aromatisse. Sorry, so that one's, yeah, that's a Swirlix and Slurpuff. Kind of want to put Slurpuff lower. I don't know. Swirlix was very cotton candy, and then Slurpuff's a little bit like, I might be drooling on you or something. Aromatisse, though, I think I'm just going to put straight up to A. It's such a little flirt. Look at it. Look at it. It's like basically doing a burlesque dance all the time. And I feel like it had a really funny Pokedex entry, too, that I read once upon a time. Oh my gosh, it just emits bad smells when it's battling, so its enemy will be thrown off. Like, this is good. This is, like, hilarious up with Lickitung and Garbodor, and, like, it's very Jinx vibes. I like Aromatisse quite a bit. Inky's cute. I want to call you Malamar, which is a cookie, but also I think accurate. Pretty good. Pretty cool Pokemon. It's just a neat design. I don't know. I don't think much more of it. Is it Binacle? Yeah. Binacle is kind of weird and creepy to me, that like the faces are poking out like that. But Barbaracle goes back to hilarious. I don't know, he's just got eyes coming out of his shoulders. He's like that kid from My Hero Academia. Like, it's just so out there. Like, he's a hand or something. Made of hands or something. It makes me laugh. Skrelp is cute and pretty. Draglagle is I saw them in an aquarium once. And that just I was like, it's exactly right. This is a Draglagle. And that's the story of how I started liking that Pokemon that I used to never think about. Clauncher does not matter to me. Helioptile's pretty darn cute. Heliolisk. See, that's how much I don't evolve my Helioptile. I forgot Heliolisk. It's fine. I guess it can go at the bottom. Tyrant and Tyrantrum. They're just dinosaurs. I mean, all the fossils kind of are, but they just I think they'll just go low B. That's fine. I might even put Tyrantrum in C. Amora I like. It's a real cutie pie. This is the one I had on my team. I took it off my team pretty quickly because it just kept getting destroyed. It was not a good enough, strong enough Pokemon in the actual scheme of things. Sylveon is good beans. I don't remember what, so I've got Umbreon up here. Wow, Vaporeon's not even in my A tier, eh? I was pretty cutthroat. Sylveon's good. Easily, Umbreon, Vaporeon, Sylveon are my top 3. When pressed to make a decision, I will call Umbreon my favorite. But between Sylveon and Vaporeon is tricky for me. I like Sylveon a lot. And that was usually my team, I think. When I played the mini tournament in XY that was an EV Cup, I believe my team was often Vaporeon, Umbreon, Sylveon, which is about as tanky as you can get in an EV team. Oops. Where did I put it? You are definite A material, Sylveon. Hawlucha. Deidana's precious. I don't think I'll quite put it in A. But like, this was the first Pikachu clone we got that was kind of a Raichu clone. I think a lot of us were excited about that. I think that was fun. And it's a fairy. So thank you, Kalos. Carbink, I just love so much. That was another one I tried to use in my team. Well, I did use it for a while. I was really hoping it was going to evolve into something. Honestly, I always thought it evolved into Diancie for a long time. It still doesn't, and I think a lot of us are still kind of sus about that. I don't know. There's got to be some connection, but it's a bunny, it's fluffy, it's got blue gems, it just scratches something in my brain, I guess. I really have always loved Carbink. And then we get into some of the other best dragons. Gumi being a little goo ball, like top A or S, I don't know, but that's really he's a goo ball. Sliggoo's a funny dude. I think it'll just go towards the top of B. And then Goodra, I don't like as much as Gumi. So I think I'll leave it in, again, top B. But it's a good dragon line. I like what Kalos did for us here. Klefki is keys. I also battled with a Klefki. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what my team of 6 was, but it sure is sounding like I just stacked my party with fairies when I played through X. Because I did put Xerneas in the team once I caught it as well. I definitely had my Chestnut. But yeah, I guess it was a team of a lot of fairies. Okay, and then the ghosts. These were such good ghosts. Some of my favorites. Gosh, Kalos was a good gen for me. This is hard. Okay, I'll start because I know what to do that you can go over here. There we go. That's 2 more that I dealt with without having to face this conundrum. Okay, so Phantump. I think these are going to be B Pokemon. But they are really cool. This is just such a fun design. It's a tree come to life, but the roots are like a creepy hand. The way the eyes are set back, kind of like the Duskull. They're just really good ghost types. And then Pumpkaboo and Gourgeist, also so good. I made a bunch of Pumpkaboo. Well, not even that many. I only ended up making 2 Pumpkaboo this Halloween. I was going to make all 4, but there was simply no time. And then Gourgeist, I don't know, they're just, its hair is its hands, and they're all spooky, but it like inverts the colors. But I don't know if they... I might slide Pumpkaboo up for now. And then Noibat. It's a bat. It's one of my most popular ever life-size Pokemon. People loved my Noibat. I'm really proud of that pattern. I think it's one of the best patterns I've actually made. And then even Noivern is so good. A Dragon Bat? Come on. So good. And the shiny? Come on. And then Xerneas and Emiltal and even Zygarde. So I like Xerneas quite a bit. Xerneas can go really high B. Xerneas was my box legendary, and it's a fairy, and I used it on my team, and Moonblast, yada yada. Eviltal's pretty cool. You know, I thought it's definitely a Y. You gotta give it that. And I just never had one, because I never played through Y. Zygarde, I'm torn. I think it's kind of nifty that it's torn into cells like that. But I also think I'm mad at how Pokemon Go implemented it, and kind of salty. So I'm just gonna, like, and I also don't know much about Zygarde. As far as I know, we never got Pokemon Z, which is where you learn about Pokemon like Zygarde. And so I'm not sure what I missed in X, why I never really knew much about how this Pokemon worked or how I was supposed to catch it or anything like that. But Mega doesn't count. Diancie is, I mean, like, it kind of gets points for being like a Carbink, but I honestly like it less than Carbink, despite it being big, grand, fancy guy. So Diancie's actually a B tier mythical for me. This Hoopa can stay. This Hoopa has always creeped me out. Also, I always forget this one exists entirely. And that is not even in Pokemon Go, so I can't look it up in that Pokedex. And that is all for Kalos. Yeah. So we're going to clear that out. And then do our hard decisions. So I'm looking through everything again. So many good Pokemon. Okay. Well, there's no way I can have this whole lineup in here. And honestly, Axew is my favorite of the 3. Beyond that, I mean, these 2 are really funny. And so is Klefki. Like, these 3 all deserve their place in A, but they're not going to last there. And I think the same for my starter types. and the evolution. I think I really just kind of stuck my heels in with Umbreon being the Eevee representation. If there's no Vaporeon, then I can't keep Sylveon in good faith. And cool. That should do it for now. Clear that row too. Okay. And now we get to Alola. These generations are getting smaller and smaller. Actually, holy moly, we can already see Galar. Wow. Fun fact. I never quite got through Moon. I always liked it, and I don't know why. Something always came up and stopped me. So I am honestly fuzzy on some of the Ultra Beasts and how some of this works. So, bear with me as I forget what they're called. Okay, so Rowlet, he's good stuff. He's fine. They're all B, I guess. Decidueye, I liked having a dark type. I started the game with Litten because I could not turn down the kitty cat. But let me tell you that as much as I liked Litten and Torracat, Incineroar is probably the D-est of D tier Pokemon. This offended me on a personal level. I was mad that they did this to my kitten baby. And I will never forgive. And now Poplio is my favorite starter from this generation, even though I've never actually started with it. But the next time I replay Moon, I will. And Brionne, it evolves fine. Primarina is kind of cute. It's like a seal mermaid situation, and it's a fairy. We all know I love fairies. This is another one. Hilarious. I can't believe there's a middle stage between Picky Pecky and Toucan. There was a time that I would have put money on this being a 2-stage evolution, and boy was I wrong. That being said, I don't care about any of these birds, and this one looks mean. I've never liked that he looked mean. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's kind of funny. I mean, people say, was it Gumshoes? They say he's got a Donald Trump wig on, so there's that, but I don't know. I like Yungoos. Scrappy little there's a word for what Pokemon this is. Like a real animal, and it's slipping my mind, but they're good. So, I can go somewhere up there. But then, yeah, he just kind of he stands up and gets angry. And I feel like he must be named after, a gumshoe. That's the only thing I can take away from that name. But I don't see what about him is it's a detective, right? So, I don't know. Grubbin is fine. Charjabug is fine. Vikavolt, I think, is actually the maybe coolest bug evolution we've ever seen. Obviously I like Vivian, but out of all the bugs, this one is just so nifty. A lot of them are usually kind of boring, and this one's very interesting. It could be a late Dex kind of entry Pokemon, in my opinion. I don't care much for Crabrawler, and Crabominable is back to icky for me. I'm looking at it up close on my phone because I want to convey what it is I feel, but I don't know, there's just something about Abominable Snowman, but it's a fluffy crab, doesn't work for me. Or Corio is really cool. How cool? It's very much like Deerling, I guess. I put an Oricorio on my team once, wanted it to evolve, found out it wouldn't. Was sad. It's always disappointing when you like something and you put time and energy into training it, and you're like, am I doing something wrong here? And then the internet's like, no, that's just a useless Pokemon. Cutiefly is cute. Also tied for smallest Pokemon. It is a 10 centimeter Pokemon. Ribombee is a little bit redundant to me. Cutiefly didn't need this evolution, but that's fine. Rockruff is a good boy. And Lionrock is really cool. I do like these forms a lot. I don't know that any of it is necessarily A in my brain, but very high B. Lionrock does some cool stuff. Wishy-Washy. Again, neat gimmick. I'm not opposed to that here. Mariani is actually pretty cool. Mariani and Toxapeck I like a fair bit, and I don't know that I ever got to a point where I encountered them when I was playing through X. But since then, like seeing them in Snap and Go, I like them a lot. Like, you got that water poison is an excellent pairing, and I don't know, it's just nifty. And then you get some fun art of it flipping on its head and cute stuff. So I think they're also just high B. Then I don't have these. Mudspray. They're not in Pokemon Go yet, so again, wrong Pokedex. But go back. Yeah, they don't do much for me either. They're not cute, they're not anything. Jupiter and was it like an Arachnorb? They're kind of cool. Spider vibes. We've talked about those. They remind me a lot of the Pikmin enemies, though. The ones who shoot water at you. They're not cool. Okay. I'm gonna pull up a different Pokedex. Because definitely Morlul evolves into something. And Fomantis evolves into Lurantis. Oh god. It's gonna take forever to do this on the Pokemon Center website. Whee! Okay, I'm gonna keep talking while I scroll. Fomantis is cute and I like it. You go up to mid B. When it evolves to, I want to call it Lurantis, you get high B just because I would absolutely wear those pants. I've always just been envious of its style. So good. I don't know much about this Pokemon. I think I once thought it was like a regional form of Leafani or something. But yeah, good style. Good style. Good colors. Morlul is cute. That's kind of all it is. I don't think of it as a Pokemon that can even battle for some reason. But here we are. I'm going to put it just somewhere mid-B. I've almost scrolled enough to know what it evolves into. Whee! All I know is that it's Spooky Toad. That's the gist. Sheenotic. There was no way I was going to remember that. So this is, yeah, a Pokemon I have never battled using. I like it in spirit. I do think it looks like a toad that is pretty creepy. So on those things alone, like, I'm going to put it pretty high B. I would definitely put that on my party in my next playthrough of Moon. If you have opinions, you can tell me what I need to put in my party. But right now we're looking at, like, Poplio, Morlul, and what was the other one I said? I mean, I guess I could do Line Rock. Yeah, I could put together a party here. Oh yeah, Marianne. Doi. Now, Salazzle's a weird one. I think Salandit is neat. It's a solid basic Pokemon. But Salazzle is a little bit too promiscuous for me. I think it was unnecessary. And she should contain herself. Stuffle. And beware. This, folks, this is how you evolve a bear Pokemon. This is how you evolve it and you keep Catzer on your side. Look at it. It is fierce. It will kill you with a hug, canonically. It's not a teddy anymore, but it is, like, it's still, it kept its sense of identity, you know? You're not changing its whole being into something mean and scary. I might even put Beware in S. I'm not sure. And Stuffle, actually itself, the fact that it has a little tag on its butt, like its design just has like a stuffed animal tag. I don't even know what to do with that. Every time I see it, I just have to take a minute to process my emotions all over again. Okay. I swear I know what these are Pokemon are called, but Bound Sweet. So this is one that is named incorrectly. It is called Bonnie Sweet in my brain, and it always will be. And Bound Sweet is just less fun and less cute, but it's fine. Stene's pretty cute. Put that one a little higher up. Serena also has the drip right up there. I would wear those boots. This is great. So stylish. Comfy is just a lay, which is pretty cute. I like it. Oranguru, I almost want to put in D. We're back to these monkey Pokemon. Passimian at least is cute. It's more like a lemur. I feel like it's supposed to be kind of, like, there's a word. Simian. Past simian. But it reads lemur to me, and I like lemurs. Oranguru looks like he's just so wise that he'll never move from that spot, but he might pass judgment on you. Wimpod I actually like, and Gliscopod is pretty cool. Like, there's something about it that I also really like, and it's something I can't necessarily, again, justify in words. I don't know why I like it as much. It should be like a bug. And bugs are creepy, but it's just cool somehow, and I like it. Okay, Sandygast is a sandcastle. Now, if I'm gonna say that I love things that are ice cream, then I do have to love Sandygast. And pile sand. He's a palace, but he's also a pile of sand. It's fun. It's funny times. He's got a shovel in his head. I don't know. They're goofy and they're good stuff. Pukamuku's cute. Somebody once told me it was their favorite, and that made me feel like it was special. It's also one of the Asako Ito TCG crochet cards. That's important. So I have made that one based on that design. And now we get into the, what am I talking about, zone. Type null. I missed out on whatever this is. So I have questions about the Pokemon that is called Type Null. And I guess the answers are all going to be in Pokemon Moon. and that's all well and good. I can go and I can play that. But in the meantime, I don't even know what to say about it. So, same goes for Silvally, which definitely looks like it's a form. It took its hat off or whatever. Minior also has forms, I guess, so this is maybe like a meteor form that it breaks out of. You know, I don't know exactly how that works either. I do think Minior is a really cute design and lots of fun in Pokemon Snap. Kamala, I forget about frequently. I don't like Turtonator a lot. Kind of goes D, honestly. I mean, I guess that's harsh. It can just be low C. Like, the thing is that I don't like it, but I don't dislike it as much as these, I guess. It's still a bit more in the I don't think about it zone than it is in the actual, like, active dislike zone, but it's right at the bottom there. That design doesn't work for me, the flat head and all. Togedemaru is good beans. There's was it Infusion Strike? No, it was a little bit later than that. There's a set of TCG that was just released about a year ago, just under a year ago, that has a chain with Morpeko, Togedemaru, Dedenne, and Pikachu, and I love it. It's so impractical, and I want nothing more than to execute the complete chain in a battle in my lifetime. That's I'm gonna build a deck somehow, someday. It's gonna be all about switching out. It's gonna be awesome. And yeah, Steel type, hooray! Why not? Give us an interesting clone. Mimikyu is everyone's favorite, and for good reason. The fact, like, you just want to be a cosplayer. He just wants to be a Pikachu. That's fine. And that's, oh gosh, it's got an attack. There's a word for it. It's a Z move, maybe? Yeah, we'll put a Mimikyu on the team when I play through Moon as well. That Z move, where it's like, come play forever or something, and it's cute and scary as all hell at the same time. That is peak cute creep. No thank you to Bruxish. Just no. Drampa's cool, though. And this is another one. Delmise. So, this is another one that kind of flew under my radar, and I forget it exists often, but every time I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. Jangmo-O, cutie pie. I like it quite a bit. Hakamo-O, like, as it goes, it definitely loses the cute. Most basic Pokemon lose their cute as they evolve, but the scales are pretty cool. Like, it's giving, like, samurai, I guess. And it's actually a pretty good dragon. Como. And then we get to the Tapu Pokemon. I like some more than others. But they're all fairies, so that's good. I think Tapu Fini is my favorite. I don't know. You go somewhere up here. And I like Tapu Lele as well. They're just really cute. And, like, this one's graceful and beautiful. This one's cute and, like, sitting in an orb. The other two are fine. But they go in this order. Cosmog is pretty precious. Cosmog has incredibly good, like, inspired attire in Pokemon Go. There's some Cosmog themed avatar pieces that are amazing. It's very cute. It's got the same hair as Garbodor. Let me just point that out. Twinsies up in here. It's a pretty good mythic, or is it legendary? I actually don't know how it's classified, but I do like it a lot. And and then it evolves and no one cares, but then it evolves again and it's good stuff. I really like, this might be the closest like I feel about any two box legendaries. I usually have a very strong opinion of one over the other. So like even though I like Groudon a lot, and let's say I like Groudon better than both Zekrom and Reshiram, I still can very confidently say Kyogre over Groudon always. Now, that being said, I can still say Reshiram over Zekrom confidently. So this is the first time where I'm like, I don't know. They're both pretty good. I think Lunala would be my favorite as a moon player, but Solgaleo is it's a kitty. It's a kitty and it's a bat, and we know how Catser feels about that. So these are both solid choices. Nilligo, I quite like. Now as I say that, I look at the Pokedex. I didn't realize it was a rock type. I should know that about a Pokemon I like. I just knew it was a poison type, and then I really like poison types. This is gotta be my favorite Ultra Beast. And then we get into weird stuff. So let me clear out some of these forms. That was from like Ultra, I imagine. Buzzswall is weird. Pheromosa, that's right, is weird. Xurkitree I actually do like. Xurkitree reminds me a lot of Volt from the Tales of series, the Great Spirit Volt. Celesteela is a building. Kartana is a building. No, Kartana, sorry. Kartana is the same rank as the building. It's, I don't know, origami, I guess. Guzzlord does make me laugh. Its name is Guzzlord, and it's like a giant stomach thing, and its tongue is arms, and it does get to be really high B tier for making me laugh. And then we get the ones that I don't even really know. They're not in Pokemon Go. They're not, like, this whole row kind of has me questioning. So I think we're just going to have to C tier all these ones that I don't know. That's Necrozma there, and then Magearna I've like heard tell of. Same with Marshadow. I mean, I feel like I would like this child if I knew what it was. It definitely looks a bit like Charcadet and Esper kind of combined, and so that's a good start for something for me to like, you know. But yeah, I still don't know what it is. And then Poipole and Naganadel. Stakataka is definitely a guardian from Breath of the Wild. That's all I have to say about that. And then Blacephalon. There's no way to not love this. I don't care that I've never encountered it in a single game. I've only seen images of it. It is so good that I'm tempted to put it in A, despite knowing absolutely nothing about it. It's a fire ghost. And look at its colors. And look at it. Its head is a floating, like, drone show. I just love it. It's too goofy for words. And then we have Zeraora, which I have played in Unite, but it didn't do anything for me emotionally. This is just like a Digimon. Meltan is a good Pokemon, and I like Melmetal a lot, actually. Meltan has some very cute like card art and animations and stuff. Melmetal is a bit of a powerhouse in my Pokemon Go team. It's got good typing. Well, I mean, it's mono steel, but like it learns rock type moves and stuff. And it actually learned electric moves. Anyways, I guess I don't use it as a steel attacker at all. But they are good. And they go high B. And there we go. That is all of Alola. So now we clear out. And we think about our choices. That's fine. I mean, we only have so much farther to go. I mean, there's Violet already. There's definitely some interesting things to go through here, though. These later gens are good. There was just something about, I guess, my lifestyle. You know, as a kid, you play games tons, and then as an adult, I feel like I've picked up, you know, Sword and Shield and Violet were just maybe more easy to play than pulling out the old 3DS. There was something about, like, Moon and Black and White that maybe was just, like, my university years or something. I don't know, but the newer games are, I feel more involved with, again. Double check everything looks good. I'm tired. I have emotional fatigue from making all these choices. Okay. We're starting with Grookey. I don't really like any starter from this region. Oh man. I take it back. I like all three starters. Grookey might be my favorite. Sobble might be my favorite. I actually do really like Sobble. It's a water type and it's a crybaby, and that is my niche. But Scorbunny's also really cute, and it's definitely got some good stuff going for it. It's got a craft cheese slice slapped on its face. It's got a friendship with Pichu in Pokemon Snap. Like, I do like them. But then they all start evolving. And I just wish they would. Thwacky's fine. I don't like Rillaboom. It's probably my favorite. But it kind of did like a chestnut, if you know what I mean, right? Like, from here to that. And then we have, what are you called? Reboot. Reboot is also fine. And then Cinderace is a guy. He's a soccer player, but still kind of a rabbit, but mostly a guy. And then Encephalon. Oh, I'm sorry, Drizzle. His name is Drizzle. That's so silly. Drizzle's an edgelord, but in a really awkward way that I actually kind of like. So you get to be the top of the stage 2s. But yeah, Inteleon is, I don't know, it's also kind of trying to be seductive like a Salazzle. It's kind of like 007. I just don't know what he thinks he's doing. So you all go C tier. Hey man, how about you hold yourself up? Sorry, apologies. And that is a max form. Okay, Squirtle is a squirrel. That's all I have to say about that. I like squirrels though. He's cute. And Greedent is a chubbier squirrel. Corviknight is cool. I do like Corviknight. So it'll go kind of up in the B's. But Rookidee and what's that middle one? Corvisquire? Yeah, they're fine. Rookidee is a cute little bird. Corvisquire is a middle child. I also tend to forget about Blipbug for whatever reason. This one never stuck with me, so it's Blipbug to Dottler to Orbeetle. I don't know if I just didn't catch them or something. Nicket's cool. Nicket is a little fox, and he's dark, and he's got his thiefy gloves on. He looks a little bit like a phantom thief, which Fox is one of the phantom thieves. But also there's something about the way its tail is always positioned that makes me think of like those trucks or something. Like it's just got like a vacuum or a mop constantly sweeping behind it, which tickles me. So Nicket goes to the high of that list, and then it evolved into Thievel, which is basically the same thing but without the funny tail. So, and then was this Gossifleur. It's quite pretty. I don't dislike Gossifleur. You know, you can go mid-tier. And Eldegoss, you know, I once took a picture of a Jirachi in Pokemon Snap that it called Eldegoss, so there's that. Wooloo is pretty precious. Wooloo is a sweet little sheep. It evolves and becomes less cute, but Dubwool is still good, you know. Choodle and Dreadnought, I don't know. They've always been fine to me, but they're honestly kind of C tier. Like, his head's too big. I think I saw an edit of this once where somebody like shrunk its proportions and then showed it off and was like, see Choodle? Choodle's head is too big. And you look at it and you're like, yeah, that Pokemon does have silly proportions. And then he's like, but I already fixed the proportions, and shows you the original, and you're like, wow, yeah, there's something wrong with the proportions of that Pokemon. So, yeah. And then, I don't know, Dreadnought is like, yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of Pokemon that look mean. I want to be friends with them all. Yamper. Whoo, where does Yamper go? We know it's somewhere up here. I think Yamper's only in A. But it's pretty good. Definitely had a Yamper on my team. Its name was Chubbutt, and now I just want to get a real corgi to name it that someday. Yamper's good stuff, and it's got a heart on its butt, and it's a literal corgi, and it's just a little guy. Like, I made one. I have a life-size version. Again, you can always go and check my socials if you ever want to see any of the stuff that I talk about. But he's only 30 centimeters. He's smaller than the average starter Pokemon. He's, like, puppy-sized, and he's just so cute. And it's a literal puppy, so I like Yamper. Bolton was a little bit vanilla for me, like just kind of bland, honestly. That was a disappointment when my Yamper evolved into something kind of bland. Roly-Coly is Cole. And then we've got Carcole and Colossal. Now, they definitely remind me of... what is its name? There's a steam engine. Well, no, it's probably not a steam engine. It's probably a coal. There's a train in Banjo-Tooie that looks a lot like a Colossal. I think it's the train. So anyways, there's Banjo-Tooie vibes, and it gets points for that. But that's my only opinion. Applin's pretty cute. Applin comes out of its apple. If you've not seen that, go look it up. Because Applin does come out of its apple, and that's important. Flapple flies with its friggin' apple. Like that basically is Applin. More or less. But now it's turned its apple into wings. And then Appleton is just a pie. It's just straight up pie. So this whole lineup is just, it's sweet. What are you, a Silicobra? Silicobra is a snake. I like snakes, but I don't have strong feelings towards this one. And Sanaconda. Pretty cool. That's all. Crawdont. Cramorant, sorry. Who's Crawdont? I want to know who Crawdont is. Excuse me while I completely sidetrack myself. Because my brain needs to know. Okay, yeah, it's Corfish. I don't know where that came from. Anyways, Cramorant. That's a sea Pokemon. I mean, I find, like, the pelican bird itself, it's kind of creepy, and it's kind of, like, I find it funny when it spits Pokemon at you. But I don't know if I give the Cramorant itself credit for that. Or if that's, like, a sacrifice made on the part of the Pokemon it's spitting. I guess, I don't know, it can be B. It'll be B. That's more fair. It's interesting, and it's comical. These guys suck. Arrokuda and Barraskewda just ruin my day every single time I try and swim anywhere in Violet. And they need to chill. They're too much. They need to chill. They're not even fun Pokemon to catch and have on your team. They stink. Toxel, though. What a precious baby. It goes somewhere up here. I don't know. Because it's a poison baby, and it's like, it's got a diaper on as part of its self. And I'm a sucker for a baby Pokemon. I do like Toxtricity a fair bit. Toxtricity is really neat, but I think I'm just going to put it at the top of B. Like, it's very punk. And I think the preciousness of Toxel just endears it to me more. Both versions are fine. And then we've got, okay, the little Sizzlipede. Whereas some Pokemon give bug in a way that I actually kind of like Golisopod, this is a bug that is really, it's just giving Fiery Centipede. Like, it's not really... I don't like centipedes. I'm not getting a lot of value added out of it. I'm just getting a lot of centipede. That being said, I don't mind it. Like, the color scheme and the flames are cool. But it almost gives me more fruit roll-up than it does anything. And then Clobbopus. Clobbopus is pretty good. It is an octopus, and it's cute as heck. And it's actually one of my favorite from this region. Now, once it evolves into Graplocked, as the name would suggest, like, it doesn't have its little boxing gloves anymore. It's like it's just coming to grapple you. And I actually find that less charming. I want something that's going to clobber you with its little mitts. So Clobbopus, good. And Grapple-locked, bad. Now the T Pokemon. Sinistea. It's pretty good, I must say. It's a liquid. It's a goop guy who is like, sure, this vessel looks good. And then you give him a new vessel later, and he's like, wow, that one's even bigger and prettier. And it's just, it's a little bit like Flapple. It's like, what even changed? You just did something to where you were living. And the fact that the handle is broken off, so it just makes itself a handle. Sinistea so good. Is it a level? Probably. Maybe. Poltegeist? Sinistea? Which one do I feel more strongly about? Like, the face on the mug, the cup, is so precious. And like I said, the handle and everything, and like spilling out the chip. But then this, he's just like popping up, hanging out, and I just so good. I'll leave them both there for now. Hatney. I'm sorry, Hatna. Pretty cute. It's nothing but a hat, really. But it's like a party hat. I think these are gonna be a solidly B evolution line for me, but I definitely like them. Very cute once it starts walking around on its pigtails. And then you can't really get more fabulous than Hatterene. I have heard that Hatterene is very intolerant of emotion. So if you outwardly display extreme emotion or like cry in front of a Hatterene, it will stop you, if you know what I mean. It will put an end to that /you. So I don't know that I could ever have a Hatterene or train one for myself, but ultra glam. Thumbs up from Katzer. Okay, now we get into our next round of no thank you. Impidimp is small and innocent enough you can kind of call it cute. Morgrim, I actually kind of vibe with because of like the emo look, so that can actually go into a B tier. But Grimmsnarl itself is an absolute no from me, fam. That's a no thank you. No one should have made this. I don't know how that got past the cutting room floor. Yikes. That's all I have to say. Okay, so now some evolutions of our forms. Galar did some good stuff with forms, actually. I'm here for most of it. Obstagoon, good stuff. Berserker was solid in my brain. I liked Berserker quite a bit. I think that was a really fun... They actually gave Meowth a new evolution, and that it wasn't a Persian clone, you know? That it's not a regional Persian, it is a new evolution. It was so cool. Who doesn't love Meowth? And I think the Galarian form of Meowth was fun. Personally, I liked it better than Galarian even, so yeah. Thumbs up for Berserker. And like, it's a cat, so you get like Wolverine claws, and you get a steel type, and it's, yeah. Cursula? Top tier Galarian Pokemon. Like, might even bump it. I'll put it into A for now. I think Corsola was also in A for a while, and I eventually bumped it. But Cursula, like, it's a Corsola, but then you give it ghost typing. You make it from the Dead Sea, like, bleached coral, which is a thing that's happening. Like, it was all just, it tied itself in such a cute little bow, and I thought this was just brilliant. And I already liked Corsola a lot, and now it's a ghost type, because we killed our coral. It just, yeah. Sirfetch'd is hilarious. Look how giant his sword is now. He's earned that. Mr. Rhyme over here. Charlie Chaplin, if I ever saw it in a Pokemon, I think. It's pretty good. Way better than the mime it evolves from. Galarian Mime was a crime. But Mr. Rhyme, that's a gentleman. Runigris, also pretty darn cool. Not much to say. I mean, it's definitely kept the Cofagrigus essence, but switched it up. I liked Cofagrigus, I like Runigris. Runerigus. You ever just say a Pokemon name and then realize that maybe you didn't actually read quite what the letters say? Runerigus. Anyways, I like Runigris, even though I can't say it. Okay, moving right along to Milcery. This Pokemon is a puddle of cream. I don't know. It's a cute puddle of cream, that's for sure. And then Alcremie, you whip it into whipped cream. And it's another one that I definitely associate more with other people than with myself. Other creators and people who I've seen make creations in the style of Alcremie. But like really, look at it. It's a sweetie, and it's got little strawberries in its hair, and it's just such. It's like there's a word. Like when you're making macarons, but then you stop before you add the flour, and you just make. But I can never remember what that word is. Historically, this word has always stumped me. But that's what it is. And it is beautiful. And it looks very tasty. And it becomes a giant cake when you Gigantamax it. So, thumbs up to Alcremie. Phalanx is pretty interesting. I think I underappreciate it sometimes. A bunch of dudes standing in a line. But it's also kind of Wiggler once they stand in line. And I always did like Wiggler. Yeah. Phalanx is good stuff. Pincurchin is fine. No strong feelings one way or another. Here's where I might get controversial again. I hear people love Snom. And I'm not really sure where that came from. Now, it is just a little guy. I don't have anything against Snom, except for the fact that its face kind of looks like a butt. And I find that unnecessary. But, like, Snom is nothing special to me. Frostmoth, on the other hand, I think is quite stunning. Frostmoth just has something really quite beautiful and lovely about it. There's also a Pikmin boss that's basically a Frostmoth now. But I do like it. I think it's got that elegance. It's icy, but still fluffy and cozy. It's a good balance. Stonejourner, I don't have an opinion on. Ice Cube is so funny. Kind of reminds me of Cube from Animal Crossing. He's a penguin, and he's a cube. I don't think it needed to lose its ice block head, but it did, and that's fine. We don't stop loving it. We just love it one row less. Because it's cuter this way. Indeedee is one of those Pokemon. It's like an Audino, but quieter. It's another one that I'm like, why? What's your point? Like, it's a standalone Pokemon that you barely think about, that you wouldn't, as far as I know, ever use in battle. And it's part normal type. Which I guess, like I said, has always baffled me, because normal as a type is usually used almost like a default. It's almost like an absence of type. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but that's how I see it in my brain. So when it gets a typing, it feels like it should replace the normal type. But when it's part normal, it's like, what do you mean? But that being said, it's psychic normal. So I assume that specifically is to make some kind of interesting matchup of psychic without a weakness to ghost. Like you immunize one of the weaknesses, I guess. But personally, I fight psychics with dark types anyways, so. Why are you here, Indy? You in both your forms. Morpeko is too funny. Morpeko, like, I've said this at least 3 times now, but Morpeko is one of my very favorite Pika clones because it's canonically hangry half the time. Like, it's just spends so much time being hungry, and it keeps so many snacks in its back pocket, and it just gets unleashed if it hasn't eaten for a single turn. And it's part of that chain in the TCG I was talking about with Morpeko and Dedenne and Tokenomaru. And yeah, Morpeko is really funny. I might even bump the hangry version up to an A. Kufant is cute. I do actually like it. I think again you get some good bulk there. It doesn't really read as steel aesthetically, but I guess Copperajah does a little more. Yeah, I think they were solid Pokemon. They're good stuff. The fossils. I have always been so torn on this generation's fossil Pokemon. Whether or not it's really, really cool the way they got mixed around, or whether it's actually kind of disturbing. And I think maybe it's both, and maybe that's the point. But I don't know where to rank them. That doesn't help me actually rank them. I think it almost puts them on par with, like, Deerling and Oricorio, where it's like, as a concept, they are very cool. As individual Pokemon, they are next to meaningless to me, honestly. I don't remember interacting with fossils at all in Shield. I did swap off playing that game a little bit. Like, I didn't start to finish it myself. Sometimes I was just watching and maybe I wasn't paying close attention and yada yada. So I don't remember any of these, like, even in terms of typing. So, like, they've each got their own names. They're each considered a unique species. Like, it's fascinating. It truly is fascinating to me. Electric Ice is a cool typing. But yeah, I think they're honestly all kind of high C tier for not feeling like real Pokemon, if that's fair to say. And then we get to Duraludon, who is also a building. And then he becomes a bridge or something. Then we get to Dreepy, who I like a lot. Oh man, this is another one. All 3 Pokemon in this line are so good that it's really hard for me to actually distinguish them. Like, Dreepy being that baby unit, it's so cute, and it's got these big innocent eyes, and then it just hangs out on Draculax's head, and it's like really strong sibling vibes, and you're like, oh, so cute. But then the fact that Dreepy, like, dreams of the moment that it can be launched out of Dragapult's cannons, like, it loads itself, you know? It's not like Dragapult's out here using its baby as ammo. They're like, this is like a game or something. Like, they wait for this moment. The whole family cannon is everything. And I love them, and I want to collect them into one thing that I can place in S tier. It's like Draculax kind of my favorite. Low key. What do I do here? I think they're all A, at least. But do I bump something to S? You know, there's not a lot of stage 1 rep in S, so I'm gonna put my favorite up there. Okay. These doggos are cool. Yeah, I mean, Sword Doggo is kind of like Rapide, if you're a Tales of Vesperia fan. This guy, you know, he's quite the shield. They also have names I can barely say. Zacian, obviously, but Zamazenta is one of those other ones that I usually just make up Za sounds. Zamazenta was my legendary because I played shield. I like them both quite a bit, but these are going to be another set of legendaries that are actually just high B. That's all I have to offer them. Their lame forms can go ahead and be lame. Eternatus, I'm also putting in lame tier. This is another Pokemon that to me just does not read Pokemon at all. Like, I've heard before that there are rules, which is not surprising, but that there's kind of a strict formula for how you make something and what makes it look like a Pokemon. And so when I can look at something like Zorua, not Zorua. Oh man. I swear, when you look through all 1,000 Pokemon at a time, your brain starts to freeze out. Oh, it is Zeraora. Not Zorua, Zeraora. This is where my brain got where it was going. So if I can look like something like Zeraora and say it looks like a Digimon more than a Pokemon, that's something that is in regards to adherence to these rule sets. So Eternatus, in my mind, does not adhere to the rule set. It doesn't look like a Pokemon. It looks like a JRPG boss, maybe. It could be something like from Final Fantasy. Honestly, it kind of reminds me, like, it gives me Paper Mario vibes more than anything. It looks very Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door to me, which is cool. If it were in Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door, or Paper Mario sequel, I would really like it, because it's got a cool design. But it just is not a Pokemon to me, and couple that with how ridiculous the climax of the plot of Sword and Shield was, where like all of the sudden out of nowhere this Pokemon was attacking, like, it just all left a bit of a bad taste in my mouth, and I just can't like Eternatus yet. We'll see if I ever change my mind. Poison Dragon is really cool typing though, so at least it has that. And then we're into some DLC stuff, which I actually didn't play the DLC. So Cubfu is really precious, and I just want to see him meet a Pancham. You go up high, Cubfu. Its evolution is not bad. Urshifu, I think it's more Baratic than it is guys, I apologize, my brain really is at its limit. Stuffle's evolution that I knew earlier what it was called. It goes a bit big and angry, but ultimately I think it keeps the essence of Cubfu pretty well. It kind of gives off the impression that like Cubfu trained really, really well, and look at how far it got in life, something like that, you know? So I'm okay with Urshifu, and it doesn't look especially angry or anything, so it can go somewhere in B tier. Now, after that we have Zaruda, which I encountered at some point somewhere. I don't remember where or how or why. It kind of goes in the I don't know about you tier. Calyrex. Calyrex is something that I discovered for the first time. Learned that it was a Pokemon, basically. When I was opening my Pokemon TCG Advent Calendar last year, because there were promo cards of Calyrex, and I opened it and I was like, huh, this bunny's riding a horse. And that's what I learned what Calyrex was. Now that being said, I feel like I should know more about it. My friend Dynamo Gear is making, / I think maybe just finished making a Calyrex out of pipe cleaners. And it looked incredible. And it just made me think like, oh wow, he knows this Pokemon enough to devote all this time to make it. I bet it was important. So, for having that connotation, I'm going to bump it up to B, but I don't feel like there's much I can say about it. Regieleki's pretty cool. I actually liked the new Regis better than the old Regis. Regidrago's fun. And then here, this is Glastrier and Spectrier. So this is the horse that Calyrex was riding. Okay, I guess I'll put them together. This is the version where they're riding. I don't know. Is it a new Pokemon once they're riding? There's no like separate dex entry, so I don't know. If there's a whole story, if there's lore around this that I should know, feel free to tell me about it in the comments. I would genuinely enjoy learning. And then this monstrosity that is not in the Pokedex here, curiously enough. Oh, it is. It's just after... I don't know. Enamorus also should not have happened. IMO. This is another weird... it looks a lot like a Cuphead boss. Like, again, definitely not reading Pokemon to me. So... not a fan. Now the Hisuian Pokemon, I like all of them. All of them. Hisuian Growlithe. Oh wait, I guess this is technically a new gen. Yeah, you shouldn't have happened. Enamorus. But because there's only 2 rows, maybe I'll just throw them in to this same before we clear out, you know? So Hisuian Growlithe. Big thumbs up. Hisuian Arcanine. Got a little burnt and toasty. Big thumbs up. The Voltorb and Electrode were super fun. Just almost kind of like I don't know, they're like an homage to like, look, older. Which I think is part of like the Pokeballs being old. Which is actually really fascinating if you think about it. So there's of course the head canon or fan theory or however you would say about Voltorb literally being a Pokeball possessed by a haunter. And this is because Voltorbs will be hiding in the place of items, like especially in the original games in Pokemon Mansion, it would just look like an item. When you went to go and pick it up, it would be a Voltorb. And Voltorb has the exact same eyes as Haunter. Ghost Pokemon possess things sometimes. So, like, I always thought that was fascinating. Now, this being an older game where Pokeballs didn't look quite the way Pokeballs do. Pokeballs were older. They were like steampunk Pokeballs in Legends Arceus. And so the Voltorb that is modeled after a Pokeball was also old school. Like, and I think that's, you know, why we needed a new form. And it was really fun that they did that. I do find that really interesting. It brings about questions in my brain. Now, I would say, like, this is not... Does it look like something else? If you are seeing this and you can tell me what Voltorb's eyes look like in this form, please put a comment, because I feel like it does still look like something, but it's maybe more like a Geodude that it's reminding me of. Definitely not Haunter eyes in this form, which makes me think that maybe there was some other evolutionary advantage to looking like a Pokeball. And then that's how Voltorb evolved in a non-Pokemon evolution stance, but like a real-world evolution kind of way. So ecologically, Voltorb wanted to look like a Pokeball. But as society advanced and our Pokeballs changed, it's like Voltorbs in the wild adapted to always look like whatever the current model of Pokeball was. I don't know. These two are fascinating in their very existence, and they look wooden, which is a weird thing for an organic creature to be made out of. Well, trees are organic and made out of it, but like, you get what I'm saying. For an animal creature to be made out of, I don't even know where to rank you, but like somewhere up high. You go somewhere up high. This Typhlosion was so cool. Goth Typhlosion with ghost types. And Typhlosion was already so cool that it's hard to say if they even made it better, but I really like both Typhlosions. That much is for sure. Quillfish. Yeah, make something poison and I'm happy. Sneasel. Trying to remember what type they changed Sneasel to. Also poison? Also poison is good. Fighting poison. That's really interesting typing too. So yeah, I'm a fan of Hisuian Sneasel. These I thought were a little unnecessary. The Dialga, I kind of don't mind. Because it's still a quadruped, they basically put it on stilts. When I was a kid, I had a stuffed cat from a line of toys called Lumbo Legs. And it had that exact silhouette. So that makes me smile. But the Centaur, I can do without. I think they did Palkia a disservice here. Samurott was cool. This was, I talked about this when we placed Samurott in the first place, but this was an objective improvement to Samurott, in my opinion. I like what they did with it here. Lilligant, super cute. That was fun. The Basculin. I don't remember what's different about Basculin before it becomes Basculegion, but it's fine. I've never had strong opinions about Basculin. Zorua and Zoroark, so good. So pretty. Just love it. I will say that I used the like mystery gift Hisuian Zoroark in my Teal Mask playthrough, and it was okay. I could have done maybe better with that party slot, but I certainly enjoyed having it on my team, and that's worth something. Braviary, I thought that was an upgrade. You know, I thought that was an improvement. Sliggoo and Goodra were funny. Sliggoo's just like, it's a disc now. But I like these Pokemon enough that they're never not going to be like high B tier. And Avalugg was weird. That's what it's called, right? This is a weird Pokedex. It doesn't have everybody. Anyways, yeah, not much to say about that. It was fine. Decidueye, didn't have strong opinion on how that played out. I like that we got Ursaluna. New evolution? Yeah. Any of these evolutions that we got for old Pokemon, so like, here we go too, Sneasler? Sure. I know some people didn't like it, but I was fine with it. Tall Sneasel's fine in my book. Overquill's cool. Cool. Make him quillier. Brain, tell me what. Weird ear. Weird ear? Yeah, it's got Christmassy, it's got beard. I do like it better than Stantler, so I'm all for that. And here, okay, Basque Legion. Yes, we can ride on this. We like rideable fish. And Cleavor is so cool. Like, Cleavor is A tier. You know, if you saw part 1, Scyther was A tier. Scizor is up in S tier. Cleavor's cool. And I ended up with a cool, like, full card art of Cleavor in TCG. It was the first Pokemon you ever got to battle in, like, RTS instead of turn-based. I think it's really cool. And that, I don't know what the other Basque Legion is, honestly. But that brings us up to, wow, there's only so many left. We have this many Pokemon left to tend to. So, I have been drinking coffee, so I'm going to take one more quick bathroom break, and then we will come back and finish Paldea, our final region to rank. And then we will make our harshest choices yet. So I'll be right back. I've just realized that my chat is not live updating like I thought it would, which is annoying. But I can see it on my phone, even though I can't see it on stream, which I'm grumpy about, so I'm going to have to go back and try again to fix that for realsies. But Morgan, if you're here, hello. I see your message now, so if you're still here, I'm glad you stopped by. The channel has not been super active until quite recently, and so yeah, we occasionally are live these days, and there's going to be more videos coming soon. There are just over 1,000 Pokemon now, which is a lot, which is why it's taken me, oh my gosh, so it's been closing in on 3 hours today. I think I did about 3 hours the last time, so that's 6 hours of deciding how I feel about Pokemon so far. And we're just about done at least, so I can clear out these ones and make room for our final generation. Okay, now, will all of these stay? I don't think they will. Definitely some good Pokemon up here, but even Litleo, I'm not sure. This is where it gets so hard. Crysla I like a lot. I went on at length about how much I appreciate that Pokemon, but again, I don't think I would ever call it my favorite Pokemon. Even Morpeko really makes me smile, but would I put it on my team? I'm not sure. We got both of these. I'm gonna put Dragapult down. We're just gonna keep Dreepy and Dracolac up there. Blacephalon's too funny, but again, Ultra Beasts are a whole different beast. They are barely Pokemon. And Toxel. Toxel's a good Pokemon, but we will probably never pick it as an ultimate favorite, and at least this way we're down to clean 4 rows. So on to Paldea, the final region. Okay. I had opinions about these starters as well. Yes, Chris. Trash Boy is S tier, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I'm just gonna rearrange my screen a little bit so I can actually see live chat a little better. Okay, there we go. Sceptile was D tier like a week ago. And you were there to see that happen, Chris. Okay, so Paldean opinions. I was excited for Sprigatito, and much like Litten, I was apprehensive. I was very wary about what would happen to Sprigatito. I was the one retweeting all the memes about paws taping to the ground, but we ended up where we did. And so I still really like Sprigatito. And it is a star of the new anime. And it's very cute. It is such kitty, and it is like cute, precious kitty in a way that even Litten was very edgy. Sprigatito is just sweet kitty. Then it started evolving. So I did play through, and I kept my Meowscarada on my team the whole playthrough. I think Florgato was actually pretty cute. As soon as it evolved, I knew. I was like, oh no, this is going in the wrong direction for what I wanted. But it still kind of had those Wartortle kind of vibes to it, I guess, you know? And sorry, I'm messing with my screen again. And I did kind of like it, but then it evolved into Meowscarada. And the thing about this is that I do like my Meowscarada. There are parts of it that I really like. I think its kind of cape features are actually pretty nifty. I liked the lore about having like the flower thing is like surveillance kind of, and like it's like a magician, and it like there's a lot going on that kind of works. And the bottom line for me is that I would have a picnic and my Masquerada would walk up to me and you'd swear it was just like another trainer in a Halloween costume or something. Like it looks so much like a human person in a costume. And so this does make me a little bit uncomfortable in terms of it being a Pokemon that is basically a person. But Grass Dark was cool, and the magician thing is cool, and so it's clearly not where Incineroar ended up. Let's just say that much. Fuecoco is who I would pick on a replay. No thoughts in this sweet little fire trash can. It he makes me so happy with his little derpy face. And I must say that when I first started Violet and all three of the starters are just standing in front of you staring up at you, it was incredibly difficult to pick Sprigatito over Fuecoco, even though I had thought I had made up my mind already. So yeah, I think I might even bump Sprigatito into A. These two can stay in B. Fuecoco S tier. It is one of the best new Pokemon they created, and they made some gems in this region. Ooh, interesting. I didn't know I could do that. Okay. I don't like Crocolore. And I don't think I D-tier dislike him. But he's weird. He's got like a tortilla chip hat. I don't know. But Skeledirge, I actually like a lot. Skeledirge is probably an A Pokemon. I really like that it is just a gator. Like, it is an on-the-ground gator, and it didn't stand up like for alligator or anything. I appreciated that. I know some people who didn't like how far into clown Skeledirge went, but I'm okay with it. I like clowns. I like circus, and I think the fact that they have like that really kind of traditional clowny hair but out of fire is pretty fun and creative. I think ghost typing on a starter is epic, and I think this is like possibly the first ever ghost type Pokemon we have that is not a spirit itself. The flame spirit on Skeledirge's nose is a ghost. So Firecroc plus Ghost Friend together gets you your Fire Ghost typing, but Skeledirge itself isn't a spirit, but like I thought that was really neat too, like really fun kind of trivia, if you will, and the fact that he's got that big red nose but he can like fly around and be a bird friend. I think they did a lot right with Skeledirge. Plus, if you read the Dex entry, it's like such a sweet little pacifist Pokemon who just wants to sing. And if everyone's fighting, it'll just be a bard and like try singing to see if it can calm everyone down. Which does make me feel a little bit bad if I send it into battle and make it battle, but in the wild it would be much more pacifist, and I like that. I like Skeledirge. Okay, on to this mess. I do like Quaxley. I think he's cute and silly, and I like a good pompadour. And they've given some really good personality to all three of the starters if you watch their shorts and things. And he's just so fabulous, his little hair flip. So I do like Quaxley. That being said, it started to evolve. Quaxwell, again, I'm like right on the brink of D here. There's just something about it. And like the way its eyebrows got so massive and its hair turned into more of a helmet than a pompadour. And it was just disappointing, you know? And then it evolved again. And so here's the thing with Quackquable. I actually liked the water, what is it, like energy, basically. The water tail made out of like pure chakra or whatever, I think was kind of cool. It was neat. Like it was pretty in and of itself to have that like peacock tail. And having it in battle, like, again, kind of like Meowscarada, there were a couple elements that I could kind of get behind. But for me, it's those toes. It's those sausage link balloon animal toes that just upset me so much. That it was all I could look at, and it was all I could think about, and it was bad. It's all, like, I can't get past it, and I never will. Basically, is the bottom line. Okay. Lechonk is a very good boy. I mean, it's got chonk in the name. I think we all kind of thought we were being punked when they told us the new Pokemon was called Lechonk. But here we are. And it's real. And it's not going anywhere. So, the Oinkologne I liked less. They were fine. They didn't have chonk in the name. So, you know, only so much you can do there. Tarantula, it almost looks like it has a ball of yarn. So that's promising, you know. There is that, but it's no Spinarak. And then Spidops. Some of these ones are newer, so again, they're not quite as ingrained in my head yet. Even though I played the game more recently, I didn't necessarily play with every single Pokemon. So Spidops got a little weird for me. I don't know. Something about standing up, being a guy. It wasn't spider vibes anymore. Kind of looks like he's got on sparring gear. This line just didn't really do it for me. Nimble's fine. Low Kicks was kind of a jerk. A lot of them came running at me, super aggro. Pommy, Pomot, and Pomo. What do I do with these children? I love them. My Pomot was a hero on my team. To this day, still is. They're all basically the same Pokemon, so how do I rank them? Pommy's gotta be A tier. Pomo, just for the sake of not being super distinct, will go into B tier. But like there's the extra cute one and there's the one I actually use. Do either of them belong in S? Quite possibly. But it's hard to make up my mind just yet. Tandemaus is super cute. Tandemaus, you know, gives you the warm fuzzies, that's for sure. But I don't think they're necessarily there to be used. I think they have some good support meta, if you're doing doubles and stuff like that. I don't think there's a lot of point to them in the main series game beyond the warm fuzzies. But Mousehold is super precious. Fido and Dachshund. Dachshund? I feel like one of those, like Dachshund would be how I would say the breed. But I don't know if the pun works better if I say Dachshund, because it's like dashing. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the idea was behind that name. All I know is that they're both puppies and they're made of bread, and those are two of my favorite things. So, I think they're just tippy top B. They are fairies. But I did end up demoting Dachshund, Dachshund, just because I felt it got a little bit outclassed by some of the other Pokemon in the region. I still love her. That's fine. Smolive's a scared little olive. Somewhere up there. I don't know. It's very mascot-y. You definitely see a lot of Lechonk and Smolive and the Pokemon that were teased before release. You see a lot of them around. Dolliv is a crazy cutie pie. I'm gonna put it there, I think. And then Arboliva is beautiful. It's the olive branch of peace. I don't know how you fight with it. I didn't personally. But I think it's a cool Pokemon. I definitely like it. Squawkabilly I don't super like. I'm pulling up a closer picture so I can make up my mind for sure, but it's like, what was the point of the hair? Why did it... I don't know. Go somewhere in C tier. Knackle. This was a really funny one. I'm just gonna remember how this progressed. Knackle to Knackle-Ackle. Okay, so Knackley, Knackle-Ackle, Garganackle. Okay. I mean, in case anybody out there is unfamiliar, NaCl being the chemical name for salt. These guys are salt. And the one upstream of salt was cute, and it was named Knackley, and I liked it. And then it evolved, and it started getting real Minecraft vibes. Knacklestack. And then Garganackle especially looked a lot like a Minecraft golem to me. Very cubed. But I thought that was fun. Definitely Pokemon-y, but always new and clever and different. Okay, Charcadet. Sad little puppy. I like you. You can go here. Horrible stats. Dreadful to train without experience share. All I wanted was to give this child some battle action and confidence, and boy did it die every time I sent it out. But then it evolved. And Ceruledge is incredible. What a beast on my team. Fire Ghost. So cool looking. It's got drain moves. Yeah, Ceruledge is awesome. What's the other one? Armorogue. I did not use. Way less cool to me. It's more paladin. It's not very edgy. It's fine. That's where fine Pokemon go. Tadbulb's a cutie. Tadbulb can just go mid B, and Bellybolt is funny and cute. Obviously, Iono's teaser Pokemon and all that, but yeah, I like that line. Kilowattrel is just a bird. Wattrel and Kilowattrel. Again, like, the naming mechanism is funny and charming. But I didn't have any strong opinions about these two. They're fine. They're more birds. Mastiff is... he's another angry little dark puppy. We have quite a few of those. And he looks like... oh gosh, there's a condition that's not exactly funny in and of itself, but it's like a balance thing that often you'll see some kittens have, where they are very tilted and they're kind of shaky and they have bad balance. And so as long as they're like well treated and cared for, it's mostly just cute and really funny and silly to look at. And that's what Mastiff looks like. He looks like he's got whatever that condition is that just tilts you and gives you bad balance. But also he's still tough and he can still get you. So I like that puppy. And then Mabostiff. No one can play through all of the plot of Scarlet and Violet without loving Mabostiff. What a sweetie pie. This would be an amazing family dog. You know that it would take very good care of your children. He's a wonderful puppy. Now, Shroodle and Grafii, I like so much. Oh my gosh, these are my poison types, which I'm just noticing now they're also normal types, so they're that like part normal thing I was complaining about with Indeedee. Still find it weird, but that doesn't stop me from loving them. Yeah, Grafii is just so cute. It's like a lemur, kind of got a bit of skunk in there, but it's also kind of got bug eyes, but it's a painter. And artists are great. I love an artist. And then Shroodle's it's so cute. It's just this little poison guy. But he's like a bulb of a Pokemon. Like, I don't even know, but I really love them both. And I think Grafii is also at least A tier. Shroodle might be too. This is tricky because this is the game I've like not only most recently played, but like still playing as the DLC comes out. The Pokemon that I have in this team are so fresh in my brain and so dear to me in this moment that it's like, I don't even know how to rank between A and S, and if it's just the context of still playing this game that's making me love them more. But we will get there in a minute. Bramblin and Bramblegast. I didn't know we're separate Pokemon for a while. They're extremely similar, but cool. You know, I think tumbleweeds are an interesting thing to haunt. Let's just say. Toadschool is hilarious. It runs on these little leg tentacle things. Like it's so funny. And Toadschool even better. The color scheme here is really cool. It's got, 5 or 6 times as many of these goofy ass legs. Yeah, and these two not even being actually related or regional forms technically at all was just so good. So funny. Cloth? I don't know about... Cloth looked like it was... like a Scarlet Paradox, like a Paradox past Pokemon, despite being just a normal Pokemon. It looked very primal, I guess. I don't know. It was my first shiny, just casually playing through the game. I did encounter a shiny Cloth, which is cool, I guess, but I never particularly cared for Cloth. Okay, Capsicid. This is another one that's like, I'm torn, because this one's really funny. He is the itty bittiest little Pokemon, but he's so angry and he's so aggro. And so it's funny to me that this like minuscule little thing is charging you to attack you in the field. But it's also really annoying that this tiny thing you can't even see or dodge keeps starting encounters. And then it evolves. And it's a hot pepper, so it gets grass fire typing. It's named Scovillain, and I just think the whole thing is so cool and clever while simultaneously just hating to look at it. So I'm very split on this line of Pokemon of whether I like it or hate it. And it's definitely both. It's not in the middle, it's both. But I think that means it ends up somewhere lower B is how I average that out. Relor is a dung beetle, which is a little bit gross. But then it evolves into Rabsca, which is the Pokemon that can learn the Revive Cheese strat. I saw somebody competitive battling. And it'd be great if I could tell you who they were, but I'm sure you could find them. But it was a chain of like explosion, self-destruct that didn't affect Ravska, and then Ravska revived them with whatever that fancy move is, and they were able to just self-destruct 3 times in a row, and it was hilarious and so cheesy. But that was cool. That was a cool combo, so I think you get some points for that. Flittle, it's pretty cute. I mean, it's a cute little psychic bell thing. Espathra is a name I could never remember. Espathra. We've never had an ostrich before. I can't say I love it. I think its hair is pretty dorky and it's not my favorite colors, but it is a psychic bird and it's interesting and it's fine. Tinkatink. I actually hated when I first saw it. If anybody played Persona Q, there was a dungeon where like baby dolls stalked you, and it was super creepy. And that is immediately what I took away from Tinkatink, was like this creepy doll that is stalking you, and made me uncomfortable. But then it evolved, and it was the coolest frickin' thing. This little pink, I mean, it's kind of like almost like Poppy from League of Legends by the end, but better. It's like this little yordle with the most massive hammer, made out of Corviknight, no less, which is super dark. But again, I'm very hit and miss about the darkness that I like, and this one made me like it better. And then once I loved Tinkaton, then it just kind of shifted my perspective of Tinkatink. So this whole line is amazing. It's one of the best things to come out of Scarlet and Violet in terms of truly original and like not even regional, that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out where to put them. So Tinkatink itself will just be high B, but then Tinkaton and Tinkatuff, I like them both. I think I'm going to put them both in A for now. I didn't have one on my team because, again, Tinkatink creeped me out so much that by the time I saw a Tinkaton, I was like, oh, damn. I missed my chance to have one of those. Wiglet and Wug Trio, oh my god. This is just Toad Scroll, but better. Again, they're not even technically like regional variants or anything. They're just new Pokemon. And they're so funny. They're like Wiggler from Monster Hunter. And I love them both a lot. Like they're both gonna go to A for now as well. I guess, yeah, okay, so that's Palafin, but it's not hero mode. I gotcha. Bombardier's, Denizin is a cute little dolphin. And then it evolves and it doesn't change. Like, this was a really funny evolution line to me. It was like a fake out. You watched your Finizen evolve into a Finizen, ? And I think we all were confused when that first happened. But Palafin's really fascinating, and this is OP if you can like get it in play, and yeah, really interesting stuff going on there. And it's just a cute dolphin with like a really, All Might kind of design once it goes hero mode. Vroom and Revroom, am I remembering that right? Vroom and Revroom. They're funny, they're goofy. No strong opinions other than like Revroom being the car that they ride in all of the Team Star battles was pretty cool. Some funny stuff going on there. Cyclizar I thought was pretty boring. I think it was important for the world building to have it, and it was fascinating to see that being like, they had a Cyclizar stand where you would normally have a bike stand. That kind of stuff. It was funny. Oh yeah, the wiglet is the spotted garden eel, which is also in Animal Crossing. So all kinds of fun, and like as a real animal, it's pretty awesome and funny and cute. So I do like the spotted garden eel itself a lot. Excellent inspiration for a Pokemon. Yeah, so I think cycles are, again, really important for world building and really cool to see it around the world, but given that you start the game with either Miraidon or Koraidon, it was just, like, not a chance that it was ever going to make its way onto my team. It was there to be a more boring version, for what that was worth. But it certainly did make me bored with it. Orthworm has some goofy cutscenes. I'll give it that. I don't know. I didn't have strong feelings towards Orthworm either. It was a worm, but like a robot worm. It's funny how all the Titans are ending up in my C tier. I guess I didn't like the Titans. I thought Glimmet was really cool. I caught a Glimmet when I was way under leveled because I wandered into a cave. And I was very excited for when it would actually listen to me and stuff. Ended up not using it much, unfortunately. But I do think I quite like this addition to the Pokemon world. Glimmora and Glimmet, both good stuff. Okay. Grievard and Houndstone. I like them. I like all the dogs, and I like a lot of ghost types. And I don't know where to rank them. I think they're just going to be more high Bs. As cool as they are, and like the way that they bury themselves, it's pretty grim. They're basically like they're graves. They are grave markers in their existence, and they bury themselves underground, and it's very abnormal for a dog, but I guess not for a ghost dog. Yeah, I don't think they are something I feel strongly enough about to compete with what all is in the A tier, but I really like them. They are good. Flamingo is silly. Flamingo is a flamingo. And I guess a lot of animals are just, he's just a dog. He's just a duck. But somehow this bored me. I don't care about Flamingo. And then it ended up being like the key to the speed run. I was like, ugh, lame. Citadel and Cetitan. I don't know what these are actually supposed to be based on. Something. Like, are they just whales? Are they something more specific? I don't know. Citadel is pretty cute. Like, it's somehow disorienting for me to look at because I keep trying to figure out what it is, but I think it's just like a monster. It's just a pocket monster. That's fine. And then Cetitan is the same thing. It doesn't answer any of my questions, but it does look angry, so I like it less. Veluza is also a dick. This is like, it's just another fish Pokemon that's super aggro, and it just, like, beelines it to attack you. It's like a Barraskewda, and it's like, I don't, I just wanted to swim, and there was so much lag to begin with, and now I'm fighting a Veluza, and bad experiences. Dodonzo is basically the Jabu Jabu, is that his name? The fish you go inside as Link. To me, he is just Jabu Jabu. He's pretty giant, though. Somebody once asked me to crochet a life-size Dodonzo as one of my next projects, and I looked it up, and it would be bigger than the room I'm sitting in. So, it's a pretty big Pokemon. Tatsugiri are super cute. They are all sushi. Wow, the yellow one looks grumpy. I never noticed that before. Stretchy form. I guess he's Tamago. And I would be grumpy too if I were scrambled eggs. Anyways, Tatsugiri's cute, and they just get to be somewhere mid-B, because I like sushi, and I like cute Pokemon. I think Annihilate is a really cool evolution, and I forget, it had interesting lore too. I remember there being something really fascinating about, like, you have to use Rage Fist to evolve it. Yeah, I just remember there being something really interesting about, like, well, it's a ghost now, so it must have died canonically. Like, that's usually how it happens. Annihilate evolved from Primeape when the rage in its soul became too much for its physical form to contain. Whew. It gained increased power as a result of its spirit no longer being limited by flesh. So, yeah, that's pretty dark, but, like, it's fascinating, right? So the move Rage Fist is what you have to do to evolve it. And the user converts its rage into energy to attack. The more times you use it, the greater the move's power. So, yeah, just, like, I'm a sucker for a good lore-based evolution. Like, if there's a story to how that happened, and not just like, oh, they're stronger, so now they're bigger. Like, I thought this was really cool. And for somebody who never liked Mankey and Primeape a whole lot, I thought Annihilate was awesome. We don't need to talk about this one. Clodsire goes S tier, enough said. You should know why. Farigiraf is so tall. I don't know. Like, this is a little bit of, like, now it's just bigger look, but also it's like its tail is now eating its head. That one I find interesting. I should read more about this this evolution too, lore-wise, because you have to use Twin Beam. The user shoots mystical beams from its eyes. So, like, there's nothing about that I can kind of turn into an explanation per se, but I'm all for giving Girafarig more to do with its life. The Dunsparce. It's gotta go to A. I was never a huge Dunsparce lover, but if a Pokemon is useless and needs someone to love it, I can be that Pokemon, or that person for that Pokemon. So I was ready to love Dunsparce just for being useless, and then they gave us the most absurd, ridiculous, useless evolution, and I just want to high five whoever at the Pokemon Company or Game Freak or whomever came up with this. They deserve mini muffin baskets for the rest of their life. That's too funny. I was talking a bit about King's Gambit. I really like what they did here. It taught me that this whole line was chess themed, and yeah, the fact that he just kind of like sits down on a log is funny. It's good characterization. The tusks. What is it? Great Tusk? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Screamtail I like a lot because I like Jigglypuff a lot, and then this is like a ginormous Jigglypuff. So Jigglypuff itself is, I believe, like 50 centimeters normally. Screamtail is over double that. So that's just fun. And look at how fancy its hair is. I would wear that hairstyle. 1.2 meters. That's a pretty big Pokemon. That's 50% bigger than the Spheal I made. That can't be right. Oh my god. Maybe I can't make Screamtail. Maybe it wouldn't fit through doors. I'll have to think on that one. Brute Bonnet Yeah, a lot of the Paradox Pokemons, I don't have names for them in my brain just yet. Group on It was pretty cool. Spoiler alert, I liked most of the Paradox Pokemon quite a lot. I thought all of them were cool. Fluttermane is really cool. Of course, Slitherwing, that's what that one was called. Slitherwing was pretty cool. I don't know that I liked this one better than a Volcarona, but good stuff. And then Sandy Shocks was just such a take on Magneton. Just so different, such a take. I like it. I like creativity. Now, as a rule, the future Paradox Pokemon were less creative. They were all robots. But Iron Shreds had such a meme face. It had like a lolcat screen as a face. So that gets me lolling. Sure. Iron Bundle. I liked Delibird. I thought that was an interesting choice to pick for a new form. I thought it was nice that he gets to do something, and it's almost like they automated Christmas or something. Made all the elves robots. Iron Hands, I was meh towards. Obviously, Hariyama, I'm not a fan of. Iron Hands was, I guess, cool. Because, like, they build up the Paradox Pokemon to be cool, so it was, I guess. But definitely not my favorite. Iron Jugulus. You know, it's a Hydreigon but a robot. So, obviously I liked Hydreigon. This one is, sparkly. I like sparkles, so we'll bump them up a little bit. Iron Moth. Interesting to me that Volcarona got one on each side. I did like that. I thought that was kind of cool. I can't put it beside Slitherwing. But, again, a little bit lackluster. It's just a robot now. And Iron Thorns, surprisingly, I actually thought is just kind of like a dorkier Tyranitar. For as much as I liked Tyranitar already, making it a robot didn't make it cooler. Can't believe Tyranitar's not up here. I guess I bumped it. Oh well. Frigibax. It is okay. It's only okay. It was also a hard one to train, I found. Like, it wasn't strong enough to win its own battles. Baxcalibur is okay. I was excited to find the pseudo-dragon line in Violet, and then, as I said, I put an effort to train it up, because it wasn't an easy train. And then my Baxcalibur was like, okay. Still not super worth having on my team, to be honest. It's Godzilla. It's kind of cool that it's an ice type, because ice is so commonly the Achilles heel of dragon pseudos. But yeah, it ended up being nothing special. Gimmighoul I do like a lot, though. Gimmighoul goes up there. I don't know, he's just cute. Did I skip Paldea and Wooper? Oh, he's still here. Okay, yeah. Alright, we'll see you, Chris. And don't worry, the Paldea and Wooper will be quadruple S tier. Don't you fret. Actually, where is Wooper? Okay, yeah, he's up there. Good stuff. Yeah, so Gimmighoul made funny sounds, and again, I have a friend who made a life-size Gimmighoul Dynamo Gear, who uses pipe cleaners, and his Gimmighoul was beyond cute. So cool. Got to take some photos with it when we met up. And yeah, I just have lots of positive thoughts about Gimmighoul. I made the whole chest for one that I crocheted, and got to do a little photo shoot with that. There's a spot in Guelph that almost looks like the ruins you find around Paldea, so that was fun too. And Caldango, people make fun of, but I like cheese strings, so I'm fine with this. I don't remember the names of some of these. Okay, so Wo Xian, I felt meh towards, as with Ting Lu. Shen Pao is definitely an S tier, or an A tier at least. And Chi Yu, I actually quite liked. I liked the story of the jade beads and everything. I think that just makes it high S. I don't think I quite loved it enough, but I did like the concept behind all 4 of these legendaries and the item that gathered enough energy and stuff like that. Like, there was a really cool story behind all 4 of these legendaries and tracking them down, so that was cool. Roaring Moon, very cool. And Iron Valiant, I actually want to put A tier. I thought it was really, really cool that they combined Gardevoir and Gallade into one Pokemon. Like, that was just really, really nifty to me. I think this has to be, like, easily my favorite of the Paradox Pokemon. Yeah, and it kicked my butt when I tried to hunt it down to catch it. Alright, and then we have, I am a Violet player, so Miraidon over Koraidon. I like them both fine, but what kind of loser uses their feet, am I right? Paladin Wooper, join your brother. The Tauros were cool, actually. I did like what they did with Tauros. Again, there's not much more to it necessarily than the Deerling or anything, but definitely it was fun to have a new variation and give it typing. Sure. I don't think I liked the addition of these Paradox Pokemon. Like, I guess Walking Wake is okay, sort of. Iron Leaves is just... It's the same thing again, right? It's like, it's Virizion, but it's a robot. Like, there's not a lot interesting going on there. Ogerpon is my new bestie. We go everywhere together. And we actually got some new DLC to play together soon. But yeah, Ogerpon was, what a cutie pie. So much character. The Loyal 3 sure suck. Their names are funny, and enough to make me giggle is sometimes enough. But I didn't really like their designs, to be honest. They didn't give me the correct vibes. I have not played the Indigo Disc yet, but I like the look of... Do we know what this is called? Terrapagos? I like the look of Terrapagos for sure. So I'll put it somewhere like mid-B. Diplin, very cool. I know I guess that was a couple gens ago. I know I put this whole family up high, and now it's Candy Apple and grows its own stick. Like, yeah. Get that a high ranking. Poltergeist is not what it's called anymore. Yeah, it is. Sorry, Poltergeist and Sinistra. Really cool. I definitely liked Sinistea a lot. Like, that's up in A. So, Poltergeist is basically the same thing, but in a pot. And now it's matcha instead of purple. I haven't caught one yet. I haven't found one yet. I had to fight against one a bunch of times, and I still don't know where to get my own. But definitely really fun in it. And I think it, lends itself well to regional stuff because different regions definitely have different cultural traditions around things like tea. Every culture's got a tea they drink, and this is just a different, form of it. And I thought that was really cool, especially on an exchange program kind of situation, right? It's like, yeah, this is how we drink tea here. Honestly, no opinion on these three. I don't think I like it, to be honest. Boring in the exact same way. And let me see Iron Crown. Let me take a closer look. Yeah, like it's fine. It's just a robot, and this is just a bridge. And that is that, folks. That is every single Pokemon, and these are all the ones that we have now, finished sorting, and it just puts them back in the list. So here's where it gets tricky. I am clearing. This is just a wall of shame, so take it in, shake your head, waggle your finger at these Pokemon. But they don't matter anymore beyond shame. Okay. So I have, how many Pokemon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 per row. Curious, okay. So I have, oh my god. I have 11, 22, 32, 43, 54, 65, 76, 87, 89, 88, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. That's like 10%. That is almost 10% of all Pokemon that I love so much. I kept them in S and A. And there's a bunch of Pokemon that I kicked out of A too. 10% of all Pokemon are my favorite Pokemon. That's wild. Okay. So I'm going to make a couple cuts off the bat. And I think it's going to be my tea friends. I think it's going to be legendaries. I think that's a little bit too basic to call a favorite Pokemon. Everybody loves legendaries. There's nothing special about that. Was there another? No. Okay. I'm gonna keep Palmy and ditch Palmot. Same with, gonna keep Tinkaton. Wugtrio is hilarious, but Wiglet's better. Dunsparce is hilarious, but that's everybody's meme. That's not personal to me. Morpeko is really funny. Sprigatito is a good Pokemon, but most starters have not made the cut. And so I think I'm going to do the same with Oshawott. This is getting tense, guys. I'm just looking for obvious cuts, and I'm not finding them. I like Litleo a lot, but I don't think it's special enough. Again, very competitive here. And I think Pumpkaboo is also not special enough to me. Shrool, super cute, but I'm going to keep Grafaiai in there. Clear those out. Okay, we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 66, 70, 80. We're down to 80 Pokemon. Beware and Stuffle, both sitting there. That seems like somewhere else where I can make a little cut. What I might do... So I want to start making teams as well. And so maybe I can even... Oh man, so okay. Clotzer, Togekiss, Sizor. When it comes to picking a favorite Pokemon, you know, Weasel's definitely up there. Wooper's gotta be up there. Raichu. Ludicolo. I'm trying to at least, like, vaguely order them into something. So if somebody says, like, who is your favorite? You know, it almost depends who's asking. Because, like, this is my cool answer. This is one of my most, like, true answers that I don't think is a super common one necessarily. I don't think anybody other than me feels very strongly about Buizel, even if everybody just likes it, however, fine. Ludicolo's a Mimir answer, so is Lickitung. Jirachi is my mythical answer. Alright. This is going to take enough concentration to start putting together teams. You know what? Morpeko's really funny, and so is Clobopus. I like, but that generation is not something that I've played enough to earn it a favorite spot. I think maybe Stuffle and Beware are just not enough. They're very good, but... And that gets us down to 66, 70 Pokemon. Okay, you stare at this. And I'll be right back. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. I've decided that I'm gonna make a few possible arrangements here. Oh! I knew there was another legendary to take out. Okay. So we have a couple options. And I'm also gonna rule out anything, no matter how much I like it, that does not feel like something that could be iconically Catser. I guess technically Shenpao is also legendary. I never actually used that. Swoobat is not Woobat. We're making progress, folks. We are whittling, bit by bit. like Milotic, but same thing. I don't know if it's me, per se. And Alolan Executor, such a good Pokemon, but again, not necessarily me. Although, oh, I already got rid of the Dunsparce. I almost want to put together a meme team. The dream meme team. You know what? Same goes for Screamtail. I was a Violet player. And I don't think I would put Shenpao in a team necessarily. Though it is in my team for my playthrough of the Violet DLC, but I wouldn't put it in a team for this activity. Okay, this has us down to 65 Pokemon. No, 50. Yeah, 65 Pokemon. That is so many. Look at this. Okay, so starting now, maybe we're gonna try and put together some teams. There's more I can purge. Bidoof's a funny boy. Do I want to kick it out yet? Maybe not yet. Okay. So, let's see how many we have. Fairy types. I'm probably gonna miss some. Are you fairies? Wait, do I not have more fairies than this? Okay, hang on. We gotta do some research. Bellossom. Pure grass. Okay, fair enough. And then we've got like ghosts. Oh, I've got a lot of ghosts actually. Wow, did you guys know my favorite type is apparently ghost? And we also need to make a list of water. In fact, I can name these. Spheal, are you a water type or just pure ice? I feel like you're water ice, but that might be Seal I'm thinking of. No, you're water ice. Cool, cool, cool. Almost sure the same is true of Lapras. Oh no. Do I love ghosts more than water? Is that all of them? Oh wait, is Wiglet's a water type, isn't it? Yeah. And ooh. Let's do some poison. It's Roserade poison. Is this sad that I don't know the types of this many of my favorite Pokemon? Like, I'm pretty sure about all of them. Found another ghost. I thought I got rid of Drago. Oh no, that's Draculak. Right. Okay, so I could certainly have teams of any of these. If I were a poison type trainer, gym leader, I would have these 6 Pokemon. And I'm going to tell the world about that. If I were a ghost type trainer, I would have this is a harder one to do emotionally. I would have these 6 Pokemon. If I were a water type gym leader, this is where it gets tricky. I would have... Oh, hey, this one's water and ghost. Lol. Because these are not, like, strong gym leader type Pokemon, but maybe I'm an early game gym leader, you know? But definitely Frillish. Sure, Mantine, definitely. Yeah. Okay, alright. I guess maybe that would be my team? I don't know if I love Mantine enough. Like, enough, you know? Maybe that would be my team. That's a pretty good one. Boop. And now for the hardest part. And then maybe I need like a baby team. Like these are all my little dudes kind of team. So we're going to put all our little dudes in a row. And then pick our very favorite little dudes. Somehow. Oh, you're all little dudes. Y'all, I think this is my favorite team. You're a bit of a little dude. You're definitely a little dude. And then you're like babies. Like actual baby Pokemon. Can I have a team of 14 Pokemon for my little dudes? Oh, I can't decide between them already. Maybe it can't be done. Okay, I don't think you can have both Whoopers. So I'd probably take Classic. You're not little enough. You're not dude enough. We're down to 12, folks. I could battle myself with these 2 teams. Some of them are such guys. Still need to cut too. There you go. Those are my little dudes. This has not gotten me much closer to picking the true final favorite of mine, but I just don't know that I will be able to. I'm gonna make another round of cuts. I'm gonna have to. Okay, at this point, the main criteria I'm working with is just what feels the most catser. Something that could be iconically my Pokemon. Oh, he's a little dude. Oh man. Oops. Yeah, something that I identify with more. Executive decision, I'm going Licky Licky over Lickitung. I finally made the call. So yeah, this is where it gets real. Because I mentioned this in passing, but I would love to put together a team that I can kind of call my own, that I can start making art of myself with that team, that I can actually hopefully make fully life-size someday, the full team, which does put a limit on things like Luxray, even Scizor, but yes, so I'm trying to weed out Pokemon that I just really like for the ones that could be Catzer's Pokemon. I'm getting stumped again, I tell ya. It gets hard. I'm so proud of myself for getting it below 40. Never mind, it's at, what, 41? So close. That's a lot of Pokemon. I have to pick between the babies. I think the thing about Jirachi is that it's definitely a go-to for when I say what my favorites are, but I would not put it on a team. Nor would I put Palmy on the team. There we go. Same with Bidoof, just not enough Catzer vibe. We are making progress. We're at 38 Pokemon. I think it has to include Clodsire because I already made it. I think that's important. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Bit by bit. So I almost might make like if I have a team, because I have a few left that are evolutions, so I could like make a team of the Pokemon that I make, and then a team of the Pokemon that I like draw have, you know. And I kind of like that. Now there are a few, like I already got rid of Empoleon. And Lickitung. And I do really like Ludicolo. But we're on to something here. I'm sorry, sweet Cleffa. Maybe. That's pretty poison heavy. I think I'm actually just gonna bump these ones entirely. But I like Scizor a lot, so it might need to be in the final team. But then I need my funny guys team. Like maybe they're not lil dudes, but they are my dudes. Maybe that's what this team is. Oh, but I also really love Togekiss. Y'all, I am so close I can feel it. But... I can fill in this row. Like, that is a fun team. And I can have more than one team, you know? Maybe. That's got some solid vibes right there. Everybody loves Umbreon. It's not going to be one of Katzer's Pokemon. It already belongs to everybody. I mean, I could do Woobat Swoobat. I could do Wooper Quagsire. Could do Shroodle Grafii. I think Fuecoco's similar. Everybody loves Fuecoco. It's not necessarily Katsu's Pokemon. It's just an excellent Pokemon. It is now 5 o'clock. I have been streaming for just about 4 hours. Just shy of 4 hours. Can we finish in the next 3 minutes at the 4-hour mark? I honestly kind of feel like... I don't know if Lucario is a Catster Pokemon either. I'm not sure it is. I feel like maybe... I don't know. It could be. It could be, but... If I do that, that's a baller team. And then for my little guys, I mean, Spinda's pretty cool. We're getting so close here. Okay, so this is my dudes team. And this is my baller team. I think I just need to fill out the babies from this list. Like, maybe we'll do the Woobat. What do I think? Do I think about Carbink? Do I think maybe Spinda? Or good old Weasel. Classic. Oh, I couldn't do it in 4 hours, team. So close. Cookie says hello. Alright, so this is our final decisions. Let's see what we can do here. Got these 8 locked in. I got these 6 locked in. I think I'm feeling pretty confident about those 2. Now it's just a matter of these 4, really, and swapping them in and around. Does Katzer have a car bank? But Katzer's gotta have a weasel, right? I don't have to have a Spinda. I think we might have it. I think that might be it. Okay. I mean, I had 100 favorite Pokemon. It was going to be heartbreaking to make cuts no matter what. But here we are. I have made it to somewhere I think I'm happy. And if I ever want to swap that around, I can. Right, Cookie. Say hi to the world, Cookie. Cookie, you want to see my teams? I put together some really good Pokemon teams. Yeah. Well, okay. So, time to start, I don't even know, making some Pokemon? Making some art? I like my team. I don't know if I would have known there would necessarily be a Wigglytuff, but I do like it. Togekiss, Scizor, Clodsire were easy favorite picks. And then up top is my category of like, I just love them for the vibes. So we've got Ludicolo, we've got Licky Licky. And Bellossom made the cut too, which is interesting. Sometimes you don't know what you're gonna do until you do it. And Alolan Raichu. It all just worked out. Okay, so if you have made it to a point where you are watching this still at this moment, you have listened to me yammer a lot. Thank you. It's I'm flattered, really. I would love to hear your thoughts, or if you put together your own teams, by all means, let me know in the comments. If you ever want to see me do, I don't know, if you made it this far, I guess you like listening to me talk. And I'm happy to talk again if you want to see me do like specific re-ranks of individual types or anything like that. But yeah, it's been tiring. It's a lot of thought I put into this. It's 1,000 decisions that I had to make. And at least now I have my answers, right? And like I said, I can start putting together some art, which is pretty exciting. This is Katzer's team right here. This is who Katzer is. This is the embodiment of me. So yeah, thanks again for sticking it out and hanging around, and I will actually be live again soon. Let me just talk. I have one more thing that I really wanted to talk about before the end of the year, which is just a bit more information about some of my biggest projects of the year. So some behind the scenes kind of talk and just a bit of elaboration and my thoughts and reflections on everything I made this year, because I made a ton of, and there's Hans, a ton of life-size Pokemon, and some of them went smoother than others, and yeah, so I wanted to talk about it to do a recap at the end of the year, and I figured there is no reason not to do it live. So if anybody wanted to come and be part of that conversation or ask questions live, and then I can talk about them as I go, yeah, so depending on when you're seeing this, that will be on Friday, December 15th of 2023. If you are watching a VOD and it is past that date, then you can probably just watch through to that VOD if you're interested. I'll make a proper edited video about it hopefully as well, but if you want to see it live, come see it live. And yeah, if you listened for this long, hopefully you're subscribed, because apparently you like listening to me. But definitely drop a like, consider subscribing, consider following me on my other platforms where I actually show off a lot of my work, tons of stuff on Instagram. I will probably tweet whenever I go live. I will X when I go live. I don't know. But yeah, if you want to see more, you can find more of me. I'm around. And yeah, stick around if you want to see me make some of my new teams, because that's going to be exciting. Alright. Good night, everybody.